That's my feet. Oh no! Luca Feet's gonna get a hold of that. I don't know how that got turned so far down. See, this is why live streamers always wear pants. Always wear them.
Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to All the Things.
Yeah, I have no idea how that got turned so far down. So basically, it's on like a thing, and then you can wiggle it on the top, but it's like it's hard to turn it. I have actually no idea how it got turned. Like it usually gets jostled a little bit up or down, but for whatever reason over the weekend it got turned way the hell down. I don't know how I was picking it up and moving it around that ended up happening. Doesn't make a difference. I don't think there's anything interesting about my floor. And I always wear pants. You'll never catch me not wearing pants. I see streamers talk about the fact that they're not wearing pants, and I'm like, what the fuck you're crazy. You're sitting in front of a camera. A lot of these people live in California, and they're talking about not wearing any pants. It's like, motherfucker, there's earthquakes in your wing. Actually, there might be... There might start being some earthquakes around here, too, now that I think about it. Ooh, buddy. We're, like, right next to the Ring of Fire, but we're in an area that just doesn't get anything. And then recently there was an earthquake in Malaysia somewhere that doesn't usually get earthquakes. So it's like, whoo, boy. That's concerning. That right there is concerning. So... to answer Astro Kitty's question, I have seen the patch notes. I have not internalized the patch notes. It was very funny because there was a reference to like a death counter over the weekend, and it was like one of the few minutes that I was spending on the internet because I was, hanging out with my wife all weekend. So I usually just don't... How much I check the internet is basically about like how much time that I have that's just free for whatever reason. You can tell when my wife has a lot of work to do because I'll be more on the internet. But anyway, so this weekend I had like no time. And so I'm like seeing this reference to like a death counter, and I'm like, oh, that's an interesting mechanic. Because I'm seeing the one message about the death counter. And I'm like, oh, that's an interesting mechanic. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, I have no idea what the context of this. I had no idea that it was... I had no idea it was tied to an additional difficulty setting. I feel like the reason that I said I feel like I'm missing additional context is that someone mentioned something about a difficulty setting. And people were like saying things in a space that's like, I feel like I'm missing something very major and important here. Like, there's something that's going on. I have multiple ats, and I don't understand why, and that's fine. I'll figure it out later. So anyway, it was interesting to like get up this morning and be like, oh, okay. So let's see. Let's actually dig into this, because like yesterday I saw was when the changelog that indicated the difficulty setting, I believe. But then today is the first day that I've been able to pay attention to it because, I looked at the changelog, but I didn't have the ability to look at it too much, I don't think. So, that being said, this is the major balance changes with multiplicative things. So we have to make a decision here. So, full disclosure, Silksong, tomorrow. So, since Silksong is tomorrow, I'm going to stop Silk posting for just a minute because we actually do have some scheduling shit that we have to think about, okay? We have 3 days before Silksong comes out. Silksong comes out on Thursday. That is the day that Silksong actually releases. I'm not Silk posting. That's the actual release date. The release date is Thursday. It might be Friday for me. It might be Thursday for me, depending on which one of those it is, because I don't know... Steam is dumb. If it was a movie, it would be coming out on Thursday, and I'd be playing it 12 hours in advance of the Americans. But for some reason, video games don't like to do that. So I'm very unlikely to actually be able to play the game on its release date because I'm too far ahead of the white people. So, I hate to say it, but like literally that's it. Okay? I'm sorry, but that's it. So maybe I can, maybe I can't. Probably cannot, but in which case it'll be Friday. But that means that we have a few days left of whatever run we're going to do. So the question is, we're currently looking at the Titan Stronghold, right? Oh, I forgot to link over in the Discord. Give me a second. The question is, we're currently heading into the Titan Stronghold, and do we? Words and brains. Do we try to finish up the Titan Stronghold, which will very likely be the last thing that we do before Silksong, because it's probably going to take a couple of days? Or do we open up the new difficulty setting and try to putter around with that and see what's going on with the new difficulty setting? And I'm kind of open to either. And I think that we have here. Is it ready for me to update? By the way, Malekith, because I saw there was an update that happened like a minute before. So I just want to make sure that. Okay, I'll update now. So let's see. Reload the page just in case. Shouldn't make a difference. Download zip. Okay. So anyway, that's the decision that we have to make today. So the thing is that I'm either way going to want to come back to this run at some point. The question is whether I'm going to be able to, because there might be changes to itemization and things like that make it so that the gear that I have isn't wearable or something like that. At which point I am lazy, so I probably won't bother to fix it. So like if I go out like a few months, but how likely is it that we go out for a few months? Okay, let's talk scheduling. Okay, so on the 4th, by which I mean tomorrow, by which I mean the 4th of this month, which is tomorrow. We're half and halving our silk boasting. Let's see. Yes, I'm aware that there's like a bunch of like changes that have been made that will impact the run either way. I'm more talking about like rather than like the run getting harder or easier. I more just mean that some like in one of my melee runs, because the gear was changed, the required level for all my gear is like completely out of whack with where I am. So my better gear is like 100 levels higher than me and stuff like that, which is a thing that happens periodically over, like that's something that's going to happen once every couple of months, or maybe not even that often, but is something that matters when I'm like, okay, I'm going to be doing Silksong, we have Aethermancer coming out, we have this, there's a lot of stuff that's potentially going to be coming out. That I think that I'll probably finish Silksong well within a month. I don't think it's going to take me a month to finish Silksong. And I don't know if I'm going to play it every day either. So let me actually read chat. Let's see. Let's see. You want to disagree with Astro, but you can't? Okay, there's multiple people agreeing with Astro Kitty, and one person who claims that they want to disagree but can't. Who's holding the gun? Okay? Fess up. Who's pointing a gun at Live Forever and Ever? Let's see. Let's look at the guide. Oh, is there a guide for it? Rather than just the patch notes? Like it's just like, oh, here are all the changes on this difficulty setting. Oh, Beyond Madness map affected by bolster. Okay. Okay. Let's see. That looks concerning. Oh, so this uses like horizontal style scaling. Yeah, it's got to be Tozer Cat. Tozer Cat isn't even in here, but Tozer Cat is, of course, the one who's pointing a gun at your head. Poor Tozer Cat. So let's see. So we have three areas that are level 6. Ooh, this is fun. So this would be akin to doing a horizontal run. Let's see. Yeah. As an American, there's absolutely no possibility that you're not holding a gun. Okay, let's be clear here. Let's see. No, actually, it's not necessarily a lie because there is the possibility that Astro Kitty is in fact a gun. So there are more guns than there are people in America. So as an American, statistically speaking, you're more likely to be a gun than you are to be a person. And the non-Americans might think I'm kidding. I'm not actually kidding that there are more guns than people. Like, Europeans are always like, oh, well, why don't you just get rid of all the guns? It's like, good fucking luck. There's more guns than there are people. Look, if the Americans had had that idea... Oh, Tozer Cat is British? Then Tozer Cat is definitely not pointing a gun at anybody. Tozer Cat might be pointing a... what are the sticks called again? Baton? Though, unless they're a cop, they wouldn't be using that. So it would be a knife. It would have to be a knife because they're obsessed with knife crimes over in Britain. I don't think that I don't think that there's a high level of them, but they're obsessed with them regardless. How obsessed people are with a type of crime has nothing to do with how common it is. Let's see. So anyway, so I'm looking at the level chart here, and this is actually really interesting. This looks like a lot of fun. This definitely looks like a lot of fun to play with. So basically, it looks like all the starting places. Emerald Island actually starts out at a lower level than all of the other starting locations, which is kind of funny. Harmondale is 23, which makes sense because Emerald Island is like there's multiple zones involved before you get out of. I've never done a horizontal run before now, so this difficulty setting would be the opportunity to like try it out and play with it. Let's see, 12 expert. Oh man, let's see. Look, my moos, my umas, as we might put it, are less than mediocre. Let's not call them. They haven't earned being good yet. Okay, they haven't earned mediocrity. They're still in their like very early game weakness. Yeah, I heard the reference to durability being increased, but I didn't actually. Oh, so the change was to the armor calculation. I understand what you mean now, Malka. The change to the armor calculation meaning that you don't get the armor pieces that you're losing out on have less of an impact. That makes sense. Gotcha. So. I think we maybe start up a new game Do we start up another Uma game? Do we start up all cows? Do we make Minotaur Madness? I think that doing we could just restart the run that we've got on Madness. That being said, we're not going to be able to obviously do the same run. The current run, I'm very excited to see if it's feasible to do this. What I've got going here, I'm shocked we've made it this far. We have a proof of concept for this Titan Stronghold. That's crazy that we've got that. That's like really exciting to me. So at some point, I'm going to want to come back to this run. Regardless, let's try out this new run. Where would we want to start? Is I think the big question. I don't know if I think I'm just doing all the same characters if we're starting the new difficulty, because most likely this is like a temp run. Like, this is going to be like a temporary run that isn't going to go all the way, because I'm going to come back from, like, whenever I start playing the game again after puttering around in Silksong for a while, I'm probably going to be coming, like, in and out. I'll probably be playing Might Magic at least once a week, even when Silksong's the primary thing on my schedule. But we'll see. Castle Iron Fist. Misty Island. There's so many abandoned temples at the beginning here, it's very funny. Is Bootleg Bay a higher level than the temple of the temples that are in Bootleg Bay? That's very interesting. That's an interesting choice. So they are subject to bolster. Like the initial levels are subject to bolster. So if we were going to do a max bolster run, we would want, this is the galaxy brain moment, if we want to do max bolster, what we want to do is go to just one place and do just that continent all the way through, and this is definitely going to work. And then we go back after we finish every zone in that continent. Then we go to the next newbie zone, and that newbie zone will only be like a few hundred levels lower than the stuff that we just had to finish. And then we're not doing that. That would be crazy. Let's see. I thought there's bolster in the newbie zones, though, isn't there? That was the joke, is that there's bolster on Emerald Island, Dagger Wound, New Sorpigal, and Temple of the Moon. And so a max bolster run is just to maximize the bolster in the starting zone. It's just like completely Oh, it's capped at only up to 3 times the level? Oh shit, that makes it way easier to do an actual max bolster run then. Wait a second. Wait. What is the cave? What is the cave called on Emerald Island? You still can't go back to Emerald Island after you leave, right? Excuse me. It's not Ronthrax. Is it Morkarak's cave? Well, Temple of the Moon is the place with the spiders. I'm thinking of Morkarak's cave, and I don't know what it's called. Yeah. Is it the Dragon's Lair? Level 89? Level 300. Ooh. Because it says on this guide, it says that the level of the zone is level 89. Do we want... Yeah. The rats are small. The rats are only going to be level 90. Hmm. You can get back using the... I guess you could get back using the maps. Like, you could use a map of Emerald Island to get back to the Dragon Cave, I guess. But that seems like an inconsistent way to make it happen. Do I start on Emerald Island? Okay, how do we feel about spending the first 6 billion years of our lives holding down the A button and shooting the shit? Because that's what happens if we start a game on Emerald Island. Is we are killing a dragon for... Can we kill it in time? Actually, can we kill it before we get exhausted? Shaman and Rogue. I mean, it would depend on what kind of gear, right? It would depend on what kind of gear we get off of the initial set. Yeah, if we're copying the same party that we just had... Oh, the percent damage from the shaman skills. So rogues also get percent damage? I gotcha. So we would basically just... That makes a lot of sense. Because when we did it before, we didn't actually have the fire skill trained when we went in there. Okay, let's pull the trigger on this. This makes sense. This isn't going to take nearly as long as I was anticipating it would. It's going to take a million years, but it's still going to take not as long as you'd expect. So if we can swap over to live scene, we pop open Might and Magic 8. I'll shave today after stream. I'm so hairy right now. I was just busy all weekend. Okay, we finished saving this here. So we're going to load this up. We're going to save. Oh, was Malekith intending to just make Morkarak unkillable? Let's see. This is Minotaur. Well, immortal, unkillable, yeah. Minotaur penguins. What are we calling this? Middling Minotaurs, because it's not the highest difficulty setting anymore. So we're quitting out. I'm going to exit all the way out of the game. We're going to load the game back up. Just because at some point in the past there were issues with hitting new game after you had already loaded up a thing. Let's see. Let's go to Antagaric. Is Antagaric the right place? Yes. Okay. So next on our agenda. What was our team? Are we just copying the original? Let's just copy the original team. That way we have a thinger. I like the alliteration. I find it very fun as well. Like, I just enjoy doing alliteration. Sometimes I get lazy with it. I've definitely duplicated some titles as a result of the alliteration. But... And I'm not going to lie, I don't think it's very searchable. I don't think it is, shall we say, algorithm friendly to do the titles that way, but I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. Let's see. I definitely didn't have a ranger. Okay, let's
My string.
What am I doing? I'm choosing a portrait. Yeah, the monk was in the middle with the undead. I kind of remember what I was. I went the wrong way.
I'm your man.
Where the hell are the other Minotaurs? Wait a second.
I'm ready.
I walked right by him, didn't I?
Take me. You have to. I want to.
Great.
Alright.
Choose me for your quest.
Oh, right. This is what I was going to do this. So we do this, and then... Bump, 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 bump. And that allows us to then pick you, and then you need to go to an undead portrait.
Ready?
You'd think that
I'm your man. Choose me.
after having had to have done that so many times that I would,
I would. Great. Choose me
that
for
it's
your quest.
3 back to get to the actual portraits that they were using. Okay, our first character was though Minotaurs have been changed. What's the arms master on a Minotaur now? They do have... What did I have before? I have a monk, right? Bodybuilding got changed. Minotaurs just have access to spirit magic, right? I don't think I want a Minotaur. It's just not. It doesn't match with the party setup that I guess I could take a Minotaur instead of a Paladin, maybe? But doesn't a Paladin get, like, GM Light? Isn't that why I pulled a Paladin? I pulled a Paladin to get the GM Light. Yeah, I don't think I can justify taking a Minotaur over a Paladin. Alright, so we're gonna swap to Paladin somehow. It is funny that the one character that's going to be Monk, which is the thing that's adjacent to Minotaur on the list... Is this in alphabetical order? No. No, it's not. Okay. I was like, wait a second, is this just in alphabetical order? Okay, you are the troll. You're the troll. You are the paladin. You are a monk. You are the shaman. And you are a knight. That's not the right thing. You are a knight. Perfect. So, you're taking axe as a skill. Yeah, we chose a troll. This is not, strictly speaking, a good choice. This is not a good choice. We could go with a ranger instead of a troll. Okay, wait. We are playing on a harder difficulty, and it would be nice to start with some magic. Do we act incredibly basic and choose ranger instead of troll? Well, the GM spear comes out of the knight. I want to have my GM spear user be the person who has arms master. Though spears are being reworked, so spears will be better weapons than they used to be. So that is a thing to bear in mind. And a two-handed axe is a worse competitor. So the difference between dual wielding a spear and a two-handed axe is going to be reduced because you get a 15% penalty per axe. So if you have a spear and an axe, you're only getting a 15% penalty instead of a 30% penalty. So if the spears are a lot better, then I don't necessarily need the knight. I could go Ranger instead. We could Ranger instead of Knight. But if we go Ranger instead of Knight, we still have space for a troll. Okay. So the question is, do we replace our troll with a ranger, which gives us an additional class that has GM Axe? I don't know. So I'm happy that the other run is like a bunch of classes that are not really Axe forward. I'm very happy about that. I cannot take air magic as a starting spellbook, and I can't take fire either. Fire is less important, but the fact that I can't take air is a problem. We need to take body magic as a given. It's necessary to take body magic, because this is the only way I can guarantee a heal. Well, the thing is that we're doing an all axes run, but almost everybody in the run only gets mastery with an axe, which is kind of funny to me. If I wanted to, okay, do we... Wait. We could lean into the axe theming. If we do... So, here's the problem. If we do, we ruin the patterning. We don't have two on each side surrounding a thing. If we do this, yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting to right now, is we could make you a Minotaur, which presumably Minotaurs get access to Grandmaster Axe, but you can't dual wield axes as this portrait. I would need to swap to one of the other portraits. So if I do that, that would imply that I should move you to this portrait, and you to this portrait. And then we have 3 in the center, or... We're cooking.
I will choose. I can be helpful.
Okay, so do we want 3 in the center who are all the same, or do we want to just go back and forth? The shaman can't be undead because they also need to be dual wielding axes. There's no undead unless we're doing an undead monk in the middle. That's the line in the sand that I'm drawing. Everybody, it's either everyone's using axes or there's a monk that's not using an axe, but one of those two. Water magic gets me Awaken, which I think I get as a freebie in the temple. We're taking Spirit. This gives us Bless. I could do that, but I'm also lazy. Let's see. Let's see. So we need so we could have a Death Knight, a Ranger. So that's 4 characters who have GM Axe. And then we have our Shaman that we need to have. That also gets us Water Walking. That actually gives us Water Walking. So Shaman only gets Mastery, I think. So, with that being the case, we need to restructure things a little bit. I think at that point the shaman should be the one in the middle. The shaman's on the other side? No, shaman's on this side. Once we get to 12 water, we get expert we get water walking, which we otherwise wouldn't guarantee that we'd get it, right? Because, I mean, we're probably going to be buying spells, right? Okay, that is a fair point, Astro Kitty. That is a fair point. I was like, in time for what? And then it's like, yeah, oh right, it's Silk Song's tomorrow. I forgot. Okay. So we're back to silk posting. We don't need to talk about it seriously anymore. We're back to silk posting. Okay, what are we gonna call you? Should we use a similar name? We're not creating the same characters, so I don't think we should use the same naming convention we used last time. Types of vegetables that you chop? Question mark. Let's see, so knight is fine. We'll set you to ranger. There's the ranger. It definitely shouldn't be every run. That's true. I shouldn't do it for this run because this run is a temp run anyway. You only get expert? Wow, rangers are garbage. Well, they can Grandmaster Water. They get Lloyd's Beacon. So... But we have to have a shaman to kill Morkarak anyway. So the shaman is like a non... Whatchamacallit? What do we want as our secondary? How are rangers so bad at disarming traps? We have axe, we have leather available. Do we take leather? Do we take bodybuilding? I guess we take leather because that'll actually give me something useful at the start. We pop you up. Zucchini Let's go with it. This is a temp file. We don't need to worry about it too much. Let's just. We've been given 5 names. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Unless anybody has an objection or wants an alteration, in which case we will just arbitrarily make our alterations as chat asks for it. This is definitely safe and reasonable. Let's see here. We don't need any spells or anything on you right now. We're taking arms and leather because we need max DPS. We don't care about durability because we are going to kill a dragon. Axe, spirit. This is a Minotaur. We do need a Minotaur in the party. It does occur to me, should the Minotaur be the one in the middle, actually? I guess the Minotaur should be the one in the middle.
I can be helpful.
Okay, the Minotaur is the one in the middle.
Choose me.
Yeah, Minotaur has disarm. Fine. They only have master apparently, but that's good enough. We're not going to get to the point that we need GM. We can actually get expert spirit off the bat, which is kind of exciting. We cannot get the thing. How are you on chain? You get GM chain. Perfect. We're going to finally have a chain user. We're going to finally have a chain user. Okay, so who was the other? We need a Death Knight. Right here. Plate, water, body. Easy. Easiest choice of my life. So, Death Knight is going to be Cucumber. I'm literally just taking them in order. Let's see. Actually, you know what? No, I will call you Tomato because tomato for blood. Blood for the blood god, all that jazz. Oh, Ranger also uses chain? Well, we don't need to. Are they chain GM or something? So are they Minotaurs? So do they have the undead properties as well, or are they just Minotaurs? Because I feel like making them undead and Minotaurs is really scary. Okay. Well, then for this run, I'll put the...
Take me. Come
Okay, that's what I figured. Unfortunately, that does make my monk really quite garbage. That does make my monk bad. Does it matter? Won't the patch apply either way? Does it apply retroactively to the... Okay, I'll patch first. Let's see here. All right, this does mean that the other run is dead, by the way. Like, having an undead Minotaur monk is not... I now don't get any of the advantages of being undead, but I do get the disadvantages of being a thinger. I can just shift it over, I guess. That's easy enough to do. That I might actually just do some save editing for if we go back to that run, because that run is something that I want to finish. Let's see. So, we are going to... No, wrong.
Fame and fortune await.
Beyond Madness. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I'll figure out how to make the other run work when we're going back to it. Let's see. So you are the correct target. We are clicking plus 4 times. You are the correct thing. You're going to this. No, you're not, actually. You are going to Undead. That does mean that we can use 4 different looks. Does the second Minotaur model actually work now? Because before, it would just turn into a human. So does that second Minotaur portrait actually work? This portrait would just turn into one of the human models. Is this one working now?
Choose me for your quest. I can get hit. Great. Choose me for your quest.
Doing you.
Let's do. I will serve.
I take it. My pick. I choose fame. My blade.
I'm your. Hello. Here. Pick. Hello. Choose me. Pick me.
You default to knight. You do have Minotaur stats. Let's see. We'll just assume that this is going to work. Do we want this to be the knight? I was thinking this would be the Death Knight because it's the most obviously undead of the lot, but it is kind of funny to have this be the knight. Perfect. Oh, great. That's excellent. That gives me so many portraits to play with. Let's see here. I guess we want the undead flanking, maybe? I think the undead do the flanking. We'll have the undead in the corners. So these 2 are there. And then we have...
I'm your man.
Don't.
Come on.
You pick. Don't. Hey, I'll take it. Take it.
I'm bad at this. This is definitely not the most efficient routing. Okay, then we have you in the middle. We have you 2 on the sides. You are Minotaur 1, the Minotaur. So who's the most Minotaur of them all? Is there one of those? Does one of those vegetables start with an M? None of them start with an M. Let's see here. So I need to scroll up again. Let's just look at these. So number 3 on the list was squash. The most elementally Minotaur name. Okay. Popping you up. So we're taking, I guess, chain and not leather. What is... So you get a Master Spear, which is useful to me. I think we do bodybuilding off the bat, since we don't really have a lot of great options. Perception is valuable eventually, but isn't something we need to start with. No, we just go with arms. Let's just go with arms. These are the two most reasonable things to start our Minotaur with. So this is going to be our Death Knight.
I'm your man.
Oops.
I can help.
This is going to be our Death Knight, if we can find Death Knight. And you are going to be named Zucchini, because that was one of the names that was listed. The tankiest one should be Gourd. Which one would be the tankiest one, do we think? With water and body. How are you a merchant? Pretty decent. ID item? Pretty decent. Repair item? Very good. Regen? Terrible. Bodybuilding? Pretty good. Okay. So that's Zucchini. This will be... Oh, we need to change their class. This is one of the casters, right? This is going to be our ranger. So, I like that. I like that. Who's going to be the tankiest is the question. I guess probably the knight. We can name the knight Gourd. We need to take axe, and we take... We already start with plate. So repair, I guess? Okay, next. Do I pump endurance, actually? Maybe we pump accuracy. Do we pump accuracy, do we think? Either accuracy or speed? Because, you know what? We actually do. This would generally not be the optimal play, I think, except we want to kill Morkarek. And Morkarek's going to be so much more painful than usual. So we're pumping accuracy instead of endurance. Endurance is a very, very high value pick early in the game. Like, endurance gives you both additional hit points and gives you... Oh wait, no, we're gonna have Day of the Gods. We need the endurance. The 10 to accuracy won't matter as much while we have Day of the Gods active. And later on, we'll be crying because we have 10 less endurance. It might not matter that much because we might just be getting obliterated by absolutely everything, but we'll see. I don't know how crazy the stats on everything are going to be. Okay, so you're still a Minotaur for some reason. You need to be a ranger. You're a ranger. Done. We're calling you something. We're calling you Carrot, because I don't remember what all of the things were. We're doing arms. We're doing not leather, because we're apparently able to pick up chain. Do we pick up disarm? We do not. You're not good at it. Do we bodybuilding? We could ID monster if we want. Let's do bodybuilding for now. I think that that's the most valuable of the things that isn't going to get replaced. So you're set carrot, zucchini, squash, and then you are going to be a shaman. And I can't pick up axe off the bat, so we're going to need to pick that up pretty quickly. We're taking spirit and body as our things, and we're naming you you know what, we're gonna name you Durian, because durians are cool. Durian makes a lot more sense for a character that's going to be doing like retaliation damage, but that's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Durian the Eternal, exactly. That's the idea. Unfortunately, not so much. They're going to get obliterated quickly. So we have a knight, we have a death knight, we have a ranger, we have a minotaur, we have a... Wait, we don't have a light user. We haven't solved our light problem. We don't need to worry about it. We have 3 self-magic users. We have 2 elemental magic users. Seraphs can't dual wield, so we can't do that. I would do paladin, but we don't need a paladin. It's going to be... We're doing 5 axes. The goal is to have absolutely everyone with GM axe, except Durian the Shaman. Durian could be swapped out for a paladin, right? But if we switch for a paladin, it's probably mathematically impossible to kill a level 300 dragon at level 1. So we're not gonna make that attempt. We'll just bring in Durian. It's fine. It's fine. Though Durian does also make more sense as a name for a paladin, because a paladin doing retaliation shit. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. If we do that, it goes badly for us. Everybody else has GM axe. What are we gonna do with an archer? How high do archers even get expert axe? Come on now. Come on now. Be serious. We're hitting the button. Okay, Beyond Madness. Word of warning. No bolster here except on starting maps. Quest timing matters. Finish early, immediate power down. Less EXP. Finish late, bigger EXP. Oh, but if there's no bolster... Is quest EXP bolstered? But other things, but the actual power of the enemies are not? Gotcha. It does it follow the rules of normal bolster, where it's only the continents that you're not on, or does it bolster quests on every continent? Insanity wasn't enough for you. You're in the right place. Red counter appears. Amazing. Perfect. I love that. Okay. Let's see here. On the map, the red counter appears after you take damage. Loading or leaving the game while that counter is red counts as a death. It looks like it's just like bolster, but it's all the continents instead of just the one. Because like the base game has bolstered quest experience. So we have 0 deaths, and if we exit the game now, we'll always have 0 deaths, and we can claim that we have 0 deaths on this difficulty. Let's see.
It's beyond me.
Wait. I can use a Death Knight to dupe the heal spell. I could pick up water, which I don't need because I have poison spray anyway. Wait. Okay, unarmed +2. That would be useful if I had an unarmed user. We have resistance. Which part below? The part about... Which part? The part about the... If insanity wasn't enough for you, have at it? That part?
Useful.
Or did I skim through
Use that.
and miss something important?
Use that.
Oh, yes, I saw the death counter part. I have a vague idea of how the death counter works. The death counter makes sense to me. I'm not too concerned about the death counter messing me up. I think that's all good. We've got the yellow for this because the enemies are not respawning, but we haven't finished the map. Love that, love that. We could grab food. We're not going to. We need to figure out what we need to pick up immediately. We need to pick up the fire skill immediately. I also need to do everything efficiently because we need to basically get to the place that we're going with as much time left as possible to make sure that we can actually finish as much as we can finish. Okay, we have a spear, which we're not going to use. Let's see, where are the chests on this island? There's one in the back that I don't know that we can get to. We need to tag the fire resistance thing, which won't matter for the dragon, but there's fire rats that it will matter for. This is not the right well. We need to pick up some skills. We need to pick up the fire skill, and then we need to tag the thing to up our fire skill as much as possible. We need to grab the haste fountain. We need to pick up what skills? Okay, we need the luck. That'll give us a little bit of extra. Okay. All set. Up to here. Learn fire. Done. We might as well learn the other ones as well. So we're going to learn. I shouldn't have picked
Guild of the body.
Actually, I can't pick up mind anyway. You are wind. We don't have wind.
Welcome to the Air Guild.
Okay, we got the air thing. We already have spirit, I believe. Yes. Okay, we pop over here. Can we pick up Arms Master with anyone who can get it? We pick up... Because everybody needs Arms Master now, I believe. Everybody needs arms. Everybody needs bodybuilding. I guess not everyone can get it. Wait. Is it you who can't get it? You can't get it because your other skills function similarly. I feel like there were other chests that I could get that I'm missing out on. There's the one here. There's one up here. Are there just those two in terms of ones that aren't directly in the... I guess that might be all there is. Well, shit. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. Also, do you have the spear skill? You don't have the spear skill. You should pick it up, because that spear that we just picked up is 1d12. Ooh, that's plus 6 endurance. Don't hate that. Plus 11 int. Don't hate that. Doesn't matter that much, but we might as well. We should also pick up regen on the characters that can learn regen.
Do you need healing?
We need to have meditation.
Go.
Just the base level of meditation. Though, we don't necessarily need it in combat with what we're doing right now. Maybe we don't pick up that instead, pick up regen.
Healing?
Are you two the only ones who can learn regen? Yes. This is very familiar to me. Do we pick up regen and lose out on meditation on... Yes. This is a crazy thing to do. This is stupid. We shouldn't be doing it this way. Don't worry about it. It's going to go great. Okay, so we're going to see how many deaths we accumulate in just the first area of the game. The first encounter of the game is probably going to have like a dozen deaths. Okay, so we are picking this up. We are going up here. We are picking this up. We're saving the game under test. Popping down here. Let's see where we need to go. I don't think we can get down there and get this and get out in time, but it's fine. We'll try it. We need to get the fuck out of here before we die, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're dead.
I'm still standing. Ow!
We don't meaningfully have the ability to heal right now. Okay, we go in here. We walk over to our corner. Is this the corner? I feel like this isn't even the corner, but that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Who's hitting us? You're hitting us. Okay, who's all attacking? Presumably the lightning rats in the back are going to be attacking. Well, that's rough. So we just got eradicated by the dragon. I'm actually curious about one thing. Wait, is that my death counter? Is the death counter the thing at the bottom? Is that 10? Can I fish for more? No, that's the... Okay, that gotcha. Where does the death counter show up? It's in the character screen. Gotcha. Okay, so this is still 0. I was curious if clicking the button twice would allow me to farm deaths. Wait, so hypothetically speaking, if I just wait out until these all, like, normalize, I could probably get out of this without a death? Let's see how cheesy we can be right now. I might not be able to actually get to that point, though. Oh? Let's go. The cheese succeeds. That's a very niche interaction. I don't know. That's not that niche. I don't know. We'll see how we feel about that later. For now, though, oh god, I just really screwed myself badly. I don't have that much. I don't have any mana regen. Oh no. I'm under 200. Do I need to be under 100 to be able to use this? I think I need to be under 100 to use this. Life is good. I like doing silly, cheesy things, okay? I think that it's funny. Ooh, that's a good point. Do I have junk that I could use to get enough gold to get meditation? Probably. Can I just hit you without hitting you? Oh, I'm regenerating. Why am I regenerating? Does one of these give me mana regen? I thought I didn't regen at all without Thinger. Am I crazy? Because I don't have meditation. I feel like I wouldn't normally be regenning at all. Doesn't matter. Do we put points into Axe? Do we put points into Frost? Do we put points into Blood? Do we put points... I think we put points into Axe. I think that we're just worried about our DPS right now, and I think that Axe gives us the most DPS. Let's see. Durian needs to put points into Fire. So this will mean that we do 0.2% of its HP in fire damage, generally. Okay, we're doing this. I think that this is the play. Do we have anything else that we can do to upgrade our deeps? Because really all I care about is my DPS right now. This is 42. This is 1d12. I think... No, we don't. Because we have like 4 or 5. We have 5 axial. So, how about that for a run? Figure out a way to like fail in every zone and like die in every zone, but have it not end up counting on the death streak. Well, I mean, to be fair, let's be clear here, right? The reason I consider that cheesy is because the rules that I set down treat a single party member dying as the party being dead and it being a wipe. So now that I think about it, a normal person wouldn't have that be a death event anyway. right? Because that was a totally survivable, like, situation, right? You just kill all the rats and move on with your life. That's not even who I was clicking on. Okay, do we survive this? We don't survive this. So this is our first actual death. So we've got our death save. We've got the death counter going up. Just how we like it. Okay. So I'm just going to try to only attack the ones that are hitting me. Like I'm supposed to. Okay. Then for you, can we hit you? Oh, are you not close enough to hit? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Okay, we took a step forward and we're alive. Okay, that's unfortunate. Somebody attacked me, but only one. Okay, you moved. I love that for both of us. Who's attacking? You. Can I hit you? There's multiple attacking. Oh, I don't have bless. That's true. Good call. Morcrack was slightly out of range just now. Durian hit for 400. You love to see it. Okay. I hate the fact that there's some that are attacking me. I really am very concerned they're going to start hitting me, but I'm not worried about it. So, hey, how's everyone's day going? We're going to be here for a while. We're going to be here for a hot minute. So, let's assume the just chatting position and lean back. How's it going, everybody? Did somebody just take damage? I think somebody just took damage, didn't they? Somebody's taking damage. Wait, don't do it. Who is it? Is it you? It's you. Okay, that one's dead. Whoopsies. Whoopsies! Not that. I'm not even hovering over you. Okay. This is fun. I don't know who's attacking, but I think it's the one in the corner. Yeah, no kidding. So, you know, look, it's fine. So, Silk Song's coming out soon. We're gonna be doing that. You think we're gonna have any situations like this when we're playing Silk Song, where we're just like puttering around fighting I don't know, a moth or something? I think moths are basically dragons in Silksong, right? By the way, if you know, don't tell me, because I haven't looked at any of the promotional material for Silksong. We're going in completely blind. We have no knowledge of that game whatsoever. On the plus side, since we do have the shaman, we have somebody who can do a lot of damage, right? On the negative side, good luck. We're only doing 0.2% of its max of its current HP, right? So you'll know we're getting to the point where it's only going to take a few hundred more hits when Durian's only hitting for like double what everyone else is hitting. But let's see here. We're not at full HP yet, so I do continue to hold S instead of A. What else do we want to... Anyone have any like topics about like the balance or anything of various things that they want to chit chat about? I'm happy to ramble about a random topic, and I'm happy to actually talk about things. But unfortunately, I didn't prep anything in advance for a topic for the dragon fight, which is unfortunate because, you know, I should really have like a whole stand-up routine for when I'm fighting these dragons, because it really does take like a full routine's worth of time to get through them. I will say it'll speed up a little bit now because I'm now holding A instead of S because my characters are high enough that I feel comfortable doing so. So that means that I won't be spending every third attack on a heal instead of doing 400 damage, so things will go a little bit faster. But yeah, I think we're doing about 0.2% to it per hit. I guess I could have leveled. That probably would have been a good idea. It would have been, because I think you start out with enough EXP to level up to the next level, right? To get to level 2. If I had done that, then we would have maybe double the fire damage. Not quite. Let's see. Nice. That's very cool. Yeah, horizontal is an interesting challenge, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Like, I don't like the idea of not having the progression element eventually, right? But I'm never playing a game, like, I do live streams. I don't play a given run long enough for it to matter. Not that when I was not live streaming I did either, now that I think about it. One of the funny things about me is that I like to optimize my gameplay for a point in the game that I'm never going to actually get to. Right? So, like, I am always optimizing for the ultra late game. And, like, doing a specific thing in the ultra late game. When have I ever gotten to the ultra late game? Well, I wouldn't even consider it over-optimization, because over-optimization would be if I was optimizing for what I'm doing, and I'm wasting a shit ton of time optimizing for my current run, but I'm spending more time optimizing the run than I am doing the run, right? Where it's like, yes, you saved 10 seconds, or yes, you increased your DPS by 2%, but you spent 10 hours doing that optimization you didn't need to do, right? Whereas for me, I'm making sacrifices to my optimization in the early to mid to late game in order to optimize for post-game power, but when I beat the game, I stop playing it. It's crazy. See, I started as that, Striker. I started out as that. That's what I started out as. And then eventually, I just decided to just not ever use them and just make it, yeah, I'm never going to use this because it's more fun to not use it than to use it for me, right? So, like, I basically just transitioned from that mindset to doing the same exact behavior, but deliberately. I'm doing the same thing, it's just that I'm doing it deliberately. How cool is it, by the way, that we actually do have an idea of how far we've made it through the fight? We're not completely in the blind here. I never have to right-click on Morkarak in order to identify how much HP it has. We know that Morkarak is sitting at roughly 10% damage, right? Somewhere around 10%. Depending on what the base damage of Durian is. So, I do think the crafting system for this game is one that makes a lot of sense as someone who tends to stockpile stuff, I don't stockpile as much of the actual crafting materials as you'd expect. I do stockpile a bunch because I'm lazy and I don't bother to do the things. But the tendency to be like, oh no, is this what I really want to spend these resources on? Because of the fact that you're building the exact item that you want, is like, okay, well, at some point I'm going to need to invest the resources into getting the perfect piece of leather. So I'm just going to do that now, right? At some point I'm going to need this, like, a weapon with this exact property. Done. At some point we're going to need... So, like, things like that make it, I think, a lot easier from my perspective, to do the crafting stuff, because it's like, okay, this is going to be the final two-handed axe that I'm going to use forever, and I got it, 15 hours into the game, right? By the mid-game, you'll have some items that you can very comfortably invest in, because if you invest in them, they are your best item, and you don't have to worry about, like, just picking up some random item. You don't have to worry about picking up a green in Hellfire Peninsula that just obliterates the axe that you're using, right? That's not any item can become the best item, but if you have the appropriate legendary affix on a thing, it can become the best item for that thing. You can just make it the best. The only thing that you can't just, like, willy-nilly work with is the legendary affix. The Scouring Pearls and the... I guess you're not playing on Insanity, right? You're playing on a different difficulty? Because, like, I'm coming from the perspective... Okay, I'm coming from the perspective of, like, the higher difficulties where itemization becomes a lot easier because you're just drowning in legendaries by the end of the game. I know that, so that changes the dynamic a bit. But it doesn't change it that much, because if the legendaries are more rare, then you just don't need to worry quite so much about the optimization of the legendary affix, because the fact that it's legendary makes it probably best in slot regardless, right? I don't know how, like, big of a difference there is in like the itemization, but, like, as an example, if you get a legendary ring, you can make that ring best in slot. Because there's 6 slots, you're not going to be getting 6 rings, right? And if you get I think if you get a legendary that is of an effect that's useful to you, in general, you might as well just make that best in slot. Like, you just put either of the gods or of Doom on it, depending on your desires. Probably of Doom is less valuable now, because I think that armor and resistance scaling has been lowered, but I'm not sure. I need to look at the new formulas and see, like, what the implications are. Because I glanced at some of the patch notes for that, and I didn't get a great head for it. Like, it felt like it severely weakened bonus AC and bonus resists as stats, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know. I'd have to look at the details of how it operates. So, of Doom might be less valuable compared to of the gods than it used to be. One reduced armor on hit is. Do you have a melee party? As a full melee party, that's a really important effect. Do you have like a paladin or a seraph who would be using the If you've got a Seraph, I think that is... So there's a couple ways to operate it. Probably I would just treat that as best in slot. I would treat that as best in slot. And the way that I would work it is... I would probably give the Seraph... I guess it depends. But, like, attack speed is going to be really important for applying the debuff as much as possible. And I would try to maximize for the Seraph's attack speed. And Seraphs get access to... Seraphim, sorry, get access to... Seraph is a weird word because Seraph is the singular and Seraphim is the plural. And it's like... It's hard to... these, like, old words are hard to use in sentences without screwing up the plural and singular of it. I apologize. But yeah, that's the thing, right? They default to being fairly slow, but if you have Spear GM and a minus resist shield, if you're going to not get that many legendaries, I think it makes sense to treat that as like your best in slot. And I don't know what I would put on it. Honestly, weirdly enough, it might make the most sense to just go like double speed. Because Seraphim benefit greatly from attack speed. They just benefit a ton from hitting more often. They're a healer who hits to a heal. So I don't know. I like my thinking would be maybe double speed and of the gods as your affixes eventually once you get enough materials. But I think that, what does it have right now? It has armor, endurance, and all resist, and 1 armor reduction. I think that's if you're like low level, right? That's a perfectly reasonable like setup that allows you to invest more into the, like, if this is meant to be a tank, like the cover stat, instead of the cover skill instead of like the armor skills potentially. Oh, the shield is just level. Okay, gotcha. If you have the materials for it, and your Seraph is having any issues, right? Like if you have like the Scouring Pearls for it, I think that picking what stats you want for them... Again, I think the double speed and of the gods is really solid. But, like, speed as a stat is kind of a weird one. It's, like, not one that you would normally build into. No, I mean on the shield, right? So, like, you replace those... You replace the stats using Scouring Pearls and... Yeah. And you put that onto the shield, and then you just level it up as much as you can. You just, like, bring that up to par with whatever you're at, and you just keep it up to par with wherever you're at. I'm not going to be able to cure that weakness, I'm realizing. I made a mistake, but that's okay. That doesn't make a huge difference, because it doesn't look like it impacts Durian's percent damage. The boss should be maybe 20% down. This actually makes a huge difference. Reaching... I did the math for this before. Oh, sorry, I didn't... That's so late. So before damage... I'd have to actually do some tests stuff on those formulas to actually be able to... I can't look at those and internalize exactly what the implications of those are offhand. At least not right now. I'm fairly distracted. I think I actually need... Oh, nice. Yeah, I think that speed on that character is really useful. If you if you don't want to put speed on it, you can also put anything you want, right? Like whatever stats you think are most valuable for the character, which just depends on whatever it is that their needs are. As long as it's something that they'll consistently need. I don't think we're going to get through this before I have to go AFK for a second. So, yeah, it is funny that, like, Durian's damage is basically a countdown. It's not bad for a shield. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Again, like I fixate on, like, okay, well, what am I gonna need when I have all of the things, like every slot, filled out with everything that I want. So, like, as an example, you would have like 6 resistances built like on rings, right? Like you'd have all the resistances on rings and things like that that you're ever gonna need, things like that. So, well, the thing is that if you're not really that worried about like what to spend your resources on, I would just invest the gems to just pump up the level on it. Right? You can just pump the gems and the control cubes to get it to be really high level, and then it'll just give you a bunch more AC and a bunch more endurance and improve your resists. And I think that that's a very reasonable way to handle it. Like, if you want to if the reason to not invest is because you're worried about, oh, I don't want to screw this item up. I want to, like, make sure that this is, like, late game viable or whatever, right? Why am I holding S? If that's your reason, how long was I holding S down? Oh my god. If that's the reason, then picking a specific strategy and then just leaning into it. And if the reason though is just that, like, oh well, I don't really know what to do, it's perfectly reasonable to just take all of the gems and use the lowest gem on the item, the gems that increase the stats. Use the lowest one you can use, and then just go all the way up to the highest one that you can use. That's what I would do, because you're gonna get like a very high total stat value off of the item, improving it with the control cubes to get the base defense of the item up and improving it up with the Ascension Emeralds is very valuable. Yeah, that's an item that I think pairs well with the character that it's on, because the character that it's on is already like a debuffer, if that makes any sense. So I would just lean into that debuffing element with the item, just like pump the shit out of it and go, I don't need to replace this ever. So, all right, I will be right back. Actually, I do need to go AFK for a second. I'm not going to be able to clear this entire thing without going to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Back to the exciting world of holding down A. Look, we started at 400, we're now doing 279. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this together. Don't worry about it. Hopefully we'll get through this together. We'll see. The fact that I didn't recognize that we were approaching 3 o'clock is pretty rough. I have Cure Weakness. It would only be able to cure the weakness on one character, but that would still be fairly valuable. So... I just realized that Durian doesn't even have a weapon. So Durian's probably doing exactly the percentage damage and nothing else. Because Durian, I was waiting on getting an axe. And we didn't get an additional axe to give them, so... We're all golden. So we're going to beat up Morkarak. Once we've beaten up Morkarak, we can kill the rat that is in the corner that's attacking us still, but it's like shooting at us. It's not attacking with melee. And I think we can probably kill that one. If we can't kill that one, then we're going to need to clear out some of the other enemies. It's going to be very unfortunate if we kill Morkarak and then somehow manage to get ourselves killed by the rats. That would really suck. We are on double speed, right? Yes. Don't worry about it, it's fine. So let's see here. What else? What else do we want to talk about? What other nonsense can we get up to over here? I could talk about how creepy anime games tend to be and the weird dynamics of them and stuff like that. The Wuthering Heights game. I realized something weird about the game that I just kind of just noticed, which is that for some reason the content patch that I'm in right now, they decided we don't have enough children in the game, so we need to add like a shit ton of little girls to the game. So like almost every character that's a part of the storyline is some little girl. And it's really creepy. Yeah, this is the gacha game I've been playing. And it's like, this is a game that I would describe as extremely horny. Right? Like, it's got the jiggle physics that are just, is egregious. It's just like very noticeable jiggle physics all the time. It's got like, you know, nobody's wearing any clothing except the child characters who are, jiggle physics are important for the lore, exactly. But like, you know, there's a lot of horny stuff that's done with like the camera work and the directing. There's the character designs are incredibly horny. There's like, it's like a very horny game. I think it's weird for an incredibly horny game to suddenly introduce a bunch of young women into the narrative for no apparent reason, who are, shall we say, between the ages of 10 and 13, and then have them just, like, kind of acting like they're adults for the most part. Like, they're not treated really as children. Because in the first content patch of the game, like, the first stuff that we were doing, the first stuff we were doing while we were going through the plot, one of the things that I thought was noteworthy about the plot is that we're introduced to the game, and the first 3 characters we meet are obviously all women, and because there's no men in this world. That's not true. There's like exactly one dude in every content patch who gets like a couple of minutes of screen time. And it's very funny. It's like each content patch has a dude that gets like a couple of seconds on screen, and then we like shuffle them off into the background. We don't worry about them again. All this I think is fine, by the way. It's fine for a game to be horny. I would prefer for games to be horny and have stuff for people that are into men as well, right? I'm not into that, but I appreciate the effort when I see it. Like, I like it when I see, like, male characters, like dudes that are, like, meant to be attractive and are meant... It's just nice. As opposed to just, like... Yeah. But anyway, the thing that's really funny is that, like, so one of the things that was very noticeable was that there's a couple of, like, child soldiers. Like, I made the jokes about, like, oh, you have this random flower girl who's, like, a child soldier that you can recruit into your army, and her whole thing is that she's, like, a botanist who can create flowers. And she's a child. Like, those are the things that we know about her. She can make flowers, that's her magic power. She is a botanist, she knows a lot about flowers. And she's a child. And those are the three things we know. And in terms of the actual storyline, you never fight with her. Like, she's never, going alongside you to fight. But you can recruit her into your army using the gacha mechanics, right? And so it's funny that you have this character who's like, what the hell am I doing recruiting this character, and also why is she so good? Because apparently she's like meta. She's like apparently one of the best supports in the game, which is funny, but not like, I don't consider that a problem. There's no like real problem with that. It's you know. It's kind of funny to, like, from the child soldier thing is something that, like, look, that's not a hill I'm willing to die on. Like, I understand that child soldiers are going to be a thing in every video game, and I'm not... Child soldiers are not a problem, generally, in the countries that are making this media, so I'm less concerned about that, if that makes any sense, where it's like, okay, yes, child soldiers are a problem globally, they're not a problem... Like, it's not like the people who are putting child soldiers in their narrative are like, you know what would solve our problems is if we had a bunch of 12-year-olds in the army. Now, could one argue that it lends toward the sort of, like, adultification of small children, things like that? Sure, but it's not... Like, we don't need to get into the weeds about that kind of stuff. But anyway... Point being, there were a few children in the narrative. None of them have particularly sexualized designs, and none of them are particularly, like, relevant to the narrative. Until I got to, like, content patch 3 or whatever, when this island that we got to at the end of the last stream that I was playing it, at this island, you are first introduced to an adult, you know, professional, right? She's like, she's coded as being in her 30s, maybe. Like, that's the way that I would say that her character is coded, both from a writing perspective and from a visual design perspective. I would argue that she might even be coded as being in her 40s, right? Like, she's like a professional. I don't think she's actually supposed to be that old. I would say she's probably early 30s in terms of the way that they're intending to code her. There's just some things that I could see her being even older than that. So, you have that character. After that point, basically every character that we run into is a teenage girl or maybe a 10-year-old girl. And it's like, all of the screen time is dedicated to these children. And it's like, it's such a weird, like, 180 from, like, the prior stuff where it's like, these characters are all, like, adults with jobs. And now we're talking to, like, the 15-year-old scion of a family or whatever who doesn't have a real job because she's, like, a child scion. And she's got some, like, fake job that they made up or whatever. She's like, oh, I'm the executor. I'm, like, the executor of the family or whatever nonsense, right? But, like, it's not a real job. It's clearly a position that you get from being, you know, the third daughter of the family or whatever. But, like, they have the same kind of a, like, relationship built up between her and the protagonist that you see between the 20-somethings that you were interacting with in the previous patches and the protagonist, right? Where it's like, okay, you have a character who's like, if going back to the Gravity arc, you have the character who was like very horny design, like basically wearing nothing. What was it? Shorekeeper, right? The Shorekeeper. Coded as maybe mid-20s in terms of design. Ancient being from beyond the stars, right? This is a creature who's like, okay, I'm 6,000 years old or whatever, right? But not coded as a 13-year-old, which is surprising in anime. Usually the character who's 6,000 years old looks like they're 10. But anyway, so you have like, but like the same kind of like relationship dynamics that build up between like the Shorekeeper and the protagonist, or like some of the people in the first part of the game and the protagonist are pulled up with this character, and it's like, this is like a completely different age demographic, right? Like if the protagonist was this age, it would be extremely inappropriate for them to have this kind of a relationship with these other people. And if the protagonist is of an appropriate age to have that kind of relationship with these other people, it's extremely inappropriate for them to have this kind of a like relationship with this person who is obviously a child, right? But like taking a child character and acting like they are adults is a problem that you run into a lot with anime, where it's like, this is a kid, right? Like if they're interacting with other kids, they can be the most adult of the kids. But as soon as an adult walks into the room, there's an adult now. You know what I mean? Like the student council president trope only works if you assume that adults don't exist. Like in like the anime student council president, the character who's like ruling the school with an iron fist and doing all this, you know, shenanigans, that character only makes sense in the case where adults either don't exist or the student council president is the child of the king, and no one can say anything about what they're doing because the king will have them executed if they countermand their child, right? In which case, that's just nepotism. Like, that's not strong leadership, that's just nepotism, right? So, and corruption, obviously. It's nepotism and, like, extreme corruption. But they go kind of hand in hand, but nepotism isn't always intrinsically super corrupt, but like that is a level of nepotism that's very corrupt. Anyway, it's just interesting. It's like someone somewhere was like, okay, this is a gacha game and you haven't met your pedo quotient for the month, so we need you to make one really horny design for a character who's coded as a child, but who's actually going to be 6,000 years old, and they're an elf, right? And then we're gonna lead you into that incredibly horny child design with a bunch of child designs that aren't really that horny, right? They're not like horny child designs, or at least not in a way that I would recognize as horny. Look, I'm not in the Lolita communities, okay? I don't know what shit those people find attractive. I don't understand it. But, like, so maybe the designs are really horny, it's just that the design, like, for the type of people that are into 13-year-olds, what they consider attractive is different than what a normal person considers attractive. I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert on this, but anyway, it's just kind of funny because it's like, okay, so we've like tripled the number of like pedobait characters in the last like 2 hours of gameplay, and it's frankly exhausting. And then you reach like the end point of like that plot line, and you're like, oh good, we can finally get away from these like children. And the next plot line is teased, and the way that it's teased is by the introduction of this new character who canonically is seemingly very old, but is maybe like an inch taller than the 13-year-olds, has the horniest design in the game. That's not true. She's basically equivalent to Shorekeeper, just very horny design. And has elf ears, and I'm just like face palming. I'm like, you were setting these characters up as like a means of comparison, so that when I see a character that looks like they're 15 instead of a character that looks like they're 13, you think I'm going to fall for it and think that this is like an adult-coded character in the art style that you have established, where we have characters who actually look like adults, and I'm not falling for it. Anyway, it's wild. But the thing is that it's important to recognize that this is like a big problem worldwide, right? In Japan, they are... It is a societal problem that they are more honest about, in the sense that they're just out in the open, right? But like you'll recall that like Jeffrey Epstein is not Japanese, right? He's not Japanese, and he was not based in Japan, right? And this kind of stuff is the thing where like, let's see. I think that it's incredibly sus to make a character that looks like they're 10 years old and to call them 5,000 and then do like continual panty shots of this 10-year-old who you are pretending is not coded as a 10-year-old, but you've obviously made them look like a 10-year-old. That's the point, and then you do panty shots of them. I think that there's a big difference between having an underage character and having an underage coded character. And underage coded characters who are older but who look young, they tend to be way more sus. They tend to be massively more sus. There's this weird dynamic where in media, there's a tendency to sexualize two types of characters. That this is kind of specific to Japanese media, but also happens in Western media to a degree, at least American media. Which is, for the most part, not universally, but a lot of the time, if you have a character who's 13, and they're supposed to be 13, and they look like a 13-year-old, they don't get too crazy with it. They don't get too crazy with it when they have a 13-year-old who looks and acts like a 13-year-old. When you have a 26-year-old who acts like a 13-year-old, they get really weird with it, okay? And this is a thing that is harder to necessarily, like, pin down sometimes, but you do have basically it's the born sexy yesterday trope, right? Which, God, is that a Sarkeesian classic, or is that Lindsay Ellis? I don't remember who invented the trope, and I don't remember where I heard the trope. But like, that trope is one that sometimes they do some weird, iffy stuff, because what they're doing is they're taking an adult woman's body and often sexualizing childishness, which has, like, obvious problems associated with it, right? That one is, I think, generally less of an issue, in my perspective. It's not something that is typically as big of an issue. But it's very common in anime specifically to create a character that you say is very old as a means of being able to say, oh, well, no, this isn't some pedo shit, because even though this character looks like they're 8 and we keep doing panty shots of this 8-year-old, which is not really an exaggeration. Like, anime's really creepy like, a lot of the time, anime is really, really gross. Like, the people who are doing, like, the actual, like, the arts side of the anime, not, like, the writing side, a lot of the time you'll have the writing is fine, right? And then the direction and the camera work and the like actual drawings of it are super disturbing, right? Like an example that I'm trying to think of, there's some show that's basically just like a cute like drama show that really nothing in it is particularly sus, right? It's a show about like this guy and this girl who are trying to like basically hook each other up with each other, like their crushes, right? So like he's trying to set her up with his friend who she has a crush on, and vice versa, right? And then shenanigans ensue and they end up together and this, that, and the other thing, right? And for the most part, I think that the show is fine. But the intro of the show, but the character design of the girl looks like 5 years younger than the character design of the boy. The boy looks like he's maybe 17. The girl looks like she's somewhere between like 11 and 13. She looks very young. She's very short, but also she has very childlike features. Which is, again, fine for the narrative itself. But then the intro to the show is her putting on stockings in an extremely sexualized fashion, right? I don't know where on earth the age of consent is 13, but from my perspective, children, it's not 13 in Japan because it's actually handled by local municipalities, and nowhere in Japan is the age of consent that low. I hate to tell you this, that's not true. The actual municipalities control that. That's not handled on a federal level. But beyond that, it's perfectly fine for children to be horny, and it's perfectly fine for children to have sex with each other. These are fine things. I became sexually active when I was like 15. I wasn't being sexually active with 25-year-olds. Right? I was being sexually active with other 15-year-olds. It is immoral for... There's an imbalance of power that is intrinsic between an adult and a child in a relationship. And law has nothing to do with it. It has to do with power dynamics, and it has to do with a lot of other stuff, but predominantly it has to do with power dynamics, and two people being in a vaguely parity position, right? Yes, it does make sense, because you should be scandalized by the fact that you're legally allowed to do it. You should be scandalized that the law is that bad. And again, the law was never actually that bad, not in most places. But bear in mind, in America, child brides are legal. You understand, right? Like, you don't have to go to Japan to find a place where a 13-year-old can be having sex with an adult and it's legal. Because you can just go to Louisiana. Right? Well, the thing is that Louisiana isn't making media that the rest of the world sees, is the thing. Like, this is an important aspect of this. California has appropriate consent laws, and California is the center of media in the United States. California media might be broadly controlled by pedos, but they're not putting that in all of their shit. Not anymore. Back in like the 70s and the 80s, and I think to a degree the 90s, there was a lot of like really bad shit that was coming out of Hollywood, particularly with the understanding that like that was like the like massive Harvey Weinstein era. The way that they sexualized children in that era is truly something to behold, right? Like, it's wild, right? But a thing that I think is interesting about animated media that I think is kind of like a weird dynamic that has led to... I'm not sure if it's led to this, or if this is just, like, pedos are just more common than I think. When I was a little kid, I thought Christina Ricci in the Addams Family was attractive. And as I grew up, so did Christina Ricci. Christina Ricci became an adult as I became an adult. That doesn't happen with animated characters. Animated characters never grow up. And I think that that's a thing that ends up causing problems for people. Is that they don't realize that when you're 15, you're supposed to find 15-year-olds attractive. When you're 25, you're not supposed to find them attractive anymore. And that is, an issue because of... Anyway, it's a whole thing. We are currently playing the new Madness mode. We might end up killing Morkarak, or we might end up dying of exhaustion. We'll find out. If we end up dying of exhaustion, we're going to have to probably level up and boost our fire skill to be able to handle it. But if you don't hear complaints about child brides in Louisiana, that's because you don't live in Louisiana. Nobody gives a shit about Louisiana outside of Louisiana. People care about anime because anime is the thing that's right in front of them. But yeah, people make a lot of noise about the child brides of Louisiana. There's a reason that people that don't live in the Deep South hate the Deep South. And it's because they're a bunch of they're like a bunch of pedophilic maniacs who have built their entire culture around creating child brides for their 40-year-old relatives. I'm sorry, but that's like all Southern culture is. So it will be very sad if we die of exhaustion after all this. We'll see. We were talking about gacha games and how creepy it is that they all have this weird thing where they're just like have all these goddamn like children in them. I was talking about how the game that the Wuthering Heights game that I was playing went from having a bunch of characters that were all horny, but they were adult-coded and horny, to having like an entire expansion where there isn't any explicit horniness in it, and it's just chock full of teenagers and 10-year-olds, and it's like all of the new characters of these 10 to 13-year-old girls that are being kind of just treated as if they're adults. And I'm just like thinking about it, it's like, man, I can't imagine trying to make art in this medium with like corporate just going after you to go, yeah, but look, but you need to do more upskirts. Like, good, you made the flower girl, but then you didn't do any upskirts of her. What are you doing? You didn't upskirt the flower girl who's 12 years old in the first part, and now people don't want to spend money turning her into a waifu because they haven't seen her panties yet, or whatever. Like, it's crazy. She didn't have enough screen time to panty shot her. That's not true. I don't think that's true at all. Society tells them yes. Society tells people that... Society tells women that they've hit the wall when they're 20. Biologically, people are attracted to anything. People are attracted to trees. Okay? People will be attracted. This is people. It doesn't matter whether they're men or women. It doesn't matter their biology or their socialization. People will screw anything as long as society tells them they should be attracted to it. And society tells people explicitly that women under a certain age are off limits. But that's not the same as saying that you're not supposed to be attracted to them. Because society says that it is attractive to be virginal and childish. Those are things that we are told as a society to be sexually attracted to. Society tells you to be attracted to teenagers and punishes you if you have sex with them. It's good that society is punishing you for having sex with teenagers, but society shouldn't be telling you to be attracted to them in the first place. Society is a hypocrite, but the hypocritical aspect of it is that it is in fact bad. It is in fact bad for people to have sexual relationships with children. Is there a world that we could hypothetically live in where that is not the case? Yes. Is that a world that's even resembling anything like any of the cultures that we have? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And even then, because of the fact that sexuality is such a strongly emotionally resonant thing, I don't think there is a way to theoretically have that not be a bad thing. Even on a theoretical level, in a society that doesn't demonize sex in the way that we demonize sex, and would not intrinsically fuck up the kid, it will fuck up the kid anyway, because you're basically putting a hack into their brain that allows you to control them. There's just no way to really do it appropriately, because they're children. Right? And whether they're 13 or 16 or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Those are all children. I'm 40, right? A 20-year-old is basically a kid to me, right? Now, do I think that they should have the right to make their own decisions and this, that, and the other? And do I think that they're mature enough to consent? On some level, yes. We do eventually have to let the children start making decisions for themselves, but not when they're 13, and not when they're 16. I don't think. Let's see. It doesn't. If you're not trying to, maximize for, if you're not trying to change the item's stats, you're just upgrading them. I don't think it really matters. I think that with a shield, probably the most bang for your buck is going to be upgrading the stats first, and then using the Ascension Emeralds, and then just using the cubes to get up to whatever the level that you can get it to is. Yeah, and I think that's the normal thing, is to look at someone who's a decade younger than you and go, you're basically a kid, right? That there's differences, right? People have different lived experiences, but I think that a person who's a decade younger than you is generally just like a kid who doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, and I have no idea why you'd be interested in them. I mean, I do, because people are told to be interested in people who are their lesser. They don't want an equal in the first place, yada yada yada, it's a whole thing. Let's see. The Ascension Emeralds and the cubes both have an effect on the level requirement, I think, but I don't remember the interaction there. So I would just use the Ascension Emeralds first, just to get it maxed out, and then use the cubes from there. The gems I don't think increase the level requirement. I could be wrong on that though. I don't think they do. Yeah. And you can just use however much you can use until you get to your current level, and then you just move on. The other thing that is important to recognize, though, is that visually speaking, there's not really that huge a difference between a 25-year-old and a 40-year-old. They actually do look pretty damn similar. So when you're looking at an adult, adults kind of just look the same to a large degree. I have close friends that are substantially younger than me, and we're talking about people who are like in their 20s, right? There are ways to have exploitative relationships with people in their 20s. When you're dealing with someone in their 20s, if we're being honest, age is largely not relevant to whether a relationship is going to be exploitative or not. The exploitative elements of the relationship are much more tied there to more complicated social dynamics. Age is almost irrelevant, right? The reason that children specifically are so vulnerable to adults... Yeah, well... When I'm saying relationship, I don't mean a sexual relationship. I just mean, like, being friends with, like... If you're 38 and you have a peer relationship, like you are friends with a person who's 24, that's normal. You're both adults. If you're 28 and you have a peer relationship with a 14-year-old, not a sexual one, but just like you're treating a 14-year-old like they're your BFF, that's crazy. They're 14. They're like a little kid, right? Like that's like even ignoring the sexual element of it. Kids are kids, right? Like what the hell is going on? Like the relation you can have like friends who are kids in the sense that you can have a friendly relationship with them, right? But you always have to remember that you're an adult and they're a child. Like they're not your peer. Right, I've had friends who were like 20, like recently, right? Who were like, you know, they're like college students who are 20, who I became friends with through friends of friends of friends, and it's like a really important part of the relationship dynamic with people that young to remember. This is a college student. Like, this person is half my age. There are massive differences in, like, this person's brain is frankly not fully developed. But I don't really buy into the brain not fully developed thing. I understand that it is a thing, but like I don't think it's as relevant in practical sense to the world state that they're in. The like, because like children have never been free to just do whatever the fuck they want. They've never spent 3 months just bumming around with their friends, like going on a road trip because they feel like it. They've never just on a whim decided to move to a foreign country to live there for a while to see if they would want to live there forever. They don't have those options in their life. They can do those things if their parents make them do them. But they don't have agency in their life, and they never have. They have never in their entire life had agency. And that's true of some people who are 30 as well. Some people who are 30 have never had agency in their life, and that matters. There are some people who you talk to who they're 30 years old, and it's like, okay, I am talking to a 19-year-old. Because mechanically speaking, there's really not much of a difference between them and a 19-year-old as me, as a 40-year-old, talking to them. But there's a huge difference between someone who's still 19 when they're 30 and someone who's 19 when they're 19 in terms of a relationship between the two of them. The two of them being friends, the two of them treating each other as peers, is a problem. Because it normalizes the idea that you should still be 19 when you get to 30, and you shouldn't be. You should have agency in your life. You should have taken things into your own hands. You should be doing things, right? There's just a huge difference between, like, between these things. So, And yes, but once you get out of the house, and even if you don't get out of the house, once you are taking care of the house, once you are the person who's responsible for, if I don't do this, there's no one else who's going to come in and make it happen, right? Once you've gotten to that point in your life where if you don't do a thing, someone else is not going to pick up the slack, on some level, you're an adult. And some people have some of that when they're like 10, or when they're 8, or when they're 6. Doesn't make them an adult, right? But it is it's one of the prerequisites for becoming an adult, right? It's one of several things that have to happen in order to really become an adult. Which is not to say that if you're dating a 30-year-old man-child that you're a cradle robber. I'm not saying you're a cradle robber if you're dating a 30-year-old man-child. Look, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, are you really intellectually peers if this person has never done laundry for themselves in their entire goddamn life, right? Like, if this person has never done their own laundry, are they really your peer, right? And this is true regardless of whether you're talking about sexual or non-sexual relationships. It's important. It's just important to remember that children are children. Like, I think that's a thing that, like, especially Japanese media, but a lot of media just tries to shrink the gap as if having a 13-year-old child soldier, as an example, isn't fucked up because they're 13. Right? Like... Well, now... I hate to break it to you all. We do have to level up. I should have just leveled up before. It is very sad. But I think that it shouldn't be a problem if I grab the fire skill with...
Need some training?
With Shaman. I think that it should be fine. It was a mistake to not pick up the fire skill. I didn't remember that I can level up. Ooh, we can only get one more point. I think that's enough. I don't know if that's enough. That's 50% more damage, but I don't remember. We're doing percentile damage, and percentile damage is kind of weird and funky. So, let's see here. I don't really want to kill the fire. I guess it doesn't matter, right? I'm not... Well, I would prefer to be as low level as possible when I'm killing it, just to get the max EXP possible. Because EXP does still scale, right? Currently, no, there's no crafting with those things. Let's see. We don't have the axe skill on you. You know what we need? Oh, does this scale by the weapon speed? Oh, that's true. It's only up to triple. You're right. So because there's that... Okay. I'm sold. I'm sold on this. I'm sold on this idea. Okay, we clear out the dragonflies. Once we've cleared out the dragonflies, we train. And we need to get to... Preferably we get to like 6 a.m. and do the training at 6 a.m. We did, in fact, take too long, Electra the Dragon. The other thing, I could also do the dungeon. I could do the dungeon first, because dragonflies are kind of a pain in the ass. Does the dungeon bolster? Does the dungeon bolster? Is all the bolster? Let's see. I don't think that the bolster typically doesn't scale with the same thing, but the change has been made for the one mechanic. I don't know if it's universal. The tooltip for fire. It says it does an extra 0.3% at the moment. So far it's been scaling linearly. It was 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. This is... So if I equip a dagger, I'll have a faster attack speed, and thus we'll do a 0.3% with a faster attack speed. So if I equip a dagger, instead of having a base attack speed of 100, I'll have a base attack speed of 40 or whatever, or 60 or what. I don't remember what the base attack difference is. But equipping a dagger would actually meaningfully improve my ability to kill a dragon, right? I think U combines the lowest possible gems on the inventories that are currently open. So, like, if you have, like, I think all of the inventories that are open. So if you go to this inventory, you can remove the inventory 1 here from the list of gems that you have available. So you can control it, but when you're controlling it, like, you'll be controlling it in that way, is basically like moving things out of the available space for it to do. I think we're going to cheat. This is our first cheating of the run.
Give it to someone else.
Is it not? Wait. What happened?
It's of no use to me.
Don't you have... Was dagger skill one of the starting skills? Wasn't dagger one of the skills that this character just... Because I have... It was. That's why I have a dagger. Like, but I can't, though. But I can't, though. What do you mean I could use it? I can't. Oh. Okay. Well, shit. I don't have the money. I technically have dagger skill expert 0. Oh. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. We can sell some stuff. Let's do that. I think that we
need a new weapon.
If we sell enough of our garbage, like this bow we just do not need. I don't think we have enough. I'm going to see if selling the rings will get the job done. Because I need to have about 500 to pick up a weapon skill so that I'm getting some attack speed on that character. Later, Celestial. This is the place to go.
Can I help you with anything?
Let's see. We don't need this or this or this. Okay, we have 500. So are shamans just not supposed to have the dagger skill? Oh, is it a Minotaur thing? Like Minotaurs can't have the dagger skill because it's like tied in with the way that the dual wield is handled.
Thanks.
Okay, I just gave myself the axe skill, which I'm realizing doesn't really help me any because I don't have any daggers. Okay, well, or any axes rather. Do we try to clear the fireflies first? I think it's a normal modifier. It's just 100%. So we're not going for the dragon yet. We'll deal with the dragon once we have leveled up again. What time is it? Yeah, it's also already 12. We're missing out on like 6.5 hours of time that we could spend killing this dragon. So I think that it makes more sense for me to clear until thinger o'clock. We got a crafting gem. Let's see. It's legendaries have a 20% additional modifier. So legendaries will have like a higher value by virtue of being a legendary. I have a terrible, terrible news. Also, I just realized that I should be tagging Blood Leech. We can cast Vampiric Aura. Let's go. Okay. That actually, this might help considerably. Unfortunately, I do need to immediately go and pick up the body spell that I can't perk before, probably.
Body welcomes you.
How much do you cost? Heal is 372. Do you have body? You don't, right? Does anybody have body? You don't have body. Shit. Shit. Well, my healer is unconscious. Let's see. That's a concern. How much EXP do we need? 1 billion? Not that much, actually. We're not that. We're not that far off. We just need 1,000 EXP total. Can I get the skills I need to get you conscious again? I don't think I can. Like, I don't think I can get Durian conscious. Do we? Let's just go with 4 for now. We'll see. We won't save until things start going the way that we need them to go. Okay. I think we will... If we get the swapper, I think we will just drag it to the guards. I'm not going to go too crazy, I think, with some of the stuff. Like, if a guard gets a pot shot and kills one of these, I don't know that I care enough to, like, waste the time on it. When I am on such a strict time limit, like we're gonna, like I've spent a lot of time digging around today, and we don't have a lot of days left, right? Like we don't have a lot of days to play around with this new run, so I would like to. How are we doing on EXP? We're getting basically nothing. If we kill a boss, though, it'll probably give us a decent amount of EXP. We're probably not getting this done by 6. I would prefer to not turn in any quests at all until we finish the island. That's my preference, is to be getting the entire island fixed. So we should kill the dragon last, which is better for us anyway. I think that's an easier thing. Oh god, we have more than one. We're probably boned. Okay, we're fine. Oh, ye of little faith. You all were worried. I wasn't worried. I guess I could have saved this under danger, huh? Let's see. Okay, I also need to do thing today. I should have saved. Save before we continue. Okay, we have 2 characters who can regenerate. So, in theory, we can kill an unlimited number of enemies with them. We also have everybody else with Vampiric Aura now, so that's cool and everything. Okay, we got another green. Just pull, pull, pull. There we go. Come on, buddy. Oh, okay, we got the boss. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay. Hello, Brent. Okie dokie. So we should be able to clear out this thing. Unfortunately, we did lose Carrot. Wow, Carrot's at -41. Having a bit of a time here.
Never seen one. I don't know.
Please. We got the kill! Let's go! Is that enough? Is that... Oh, triple loot! You are a Minotaur, which means with the 1,800 bucks I got because of that triple loot, we can pick up the body skill and cure wounds.
The guild of the body welcomes you.
Ooh, and regeneration. We're not picking up regeneration. Okay. We actually have you as well. Do we have multiple copies available? We do not. Holy shit! That's actually clutch. So, we now have 2 characters who can heal. One of them is conscious. So we've saved the run. We've saved the run. Okay. So we're basically just going to clear out all the stuff on the exterior here. That'll also allow us to loot everything out here. And hopefully we will be able to be successful over here. We've got a grand. Do we have anything else that we need to pick up? We don't even have the identify item skill. We should probably pick that up. Who can identify properly? Do I even know who can get ID? Can a shaman do identify properly? I don't think they can. That's the place. I think Death Knight has mastery, right?
Can I help you with anything?
Let's see how you feel about identify. Let's
Can I help
see
you with
also
anything?
how you feel about identify, because
Thank-
otherwise it's probably just going to be the Death Knight. You can do 100%, so we're fine. We just reload back.
Can I help you with anything?
You are picking up identify item.
Thanks. Come again.
Perfect. So we now have identify item as a skill. Unfortunately, we can't invest into it at the moment. We don't really need to, regardless, but that's fine. You know what might be fun? at some point would be to do an all crafting run where you only allow yourself to use your starting equipment and just upgrade your starting equipment. I'm not doing that run because it doesn't really work with any of the things that I'm doing outside of the run. You know, it doesn't really work with my whole vibe, but that might be fun. Nice. You'd have to pick a class where you have access to both of... Like, if you're planning on dual wielding, you need to pick a class that could actually have both of your dual wield items from the start. I guess the issue would be, can you take a gray item, like, can you take an unenchanted item and enchant it? I don't know that you can do that. So, you wouldn't be able to, like, actually make your weapons any good. Wait, maybe you could. Can you put a legendary affix on a green item? Oh, so an enchant potion... So, okay. So we're cooking. We're cooking. So you could do that. It would be an interesting way to run things. You would obviously be very limited in some ways, because you'd only have like a few rings to play with, and you probably wouldn't have a single amulet the entire run. Like, you would be missing a lot of slots. You'd only have like a weapon and this, that, the other thing. You could. I think that if I was gonna do a run like that, I probably would do it the stupid way. But I think the fun way to do it would be to just like console debug your way into a white item of the lowest quality and the lowest tier for every slot. That's just like unenchanted and just doesn't do anything for you other than give you like, the cloak would give you like 1 AC or whatever, right? But like, give yourself something for every slot. And then you have the ability to like upgrade those over the course of the game using all the normal mechanics. And you'd end up very weak by the end of the game, but in theory you could farm up enough stuff to go really crazy with it. Like, if you allowed yourself to buy like materials off of the thing, or like GM merchant would become really important because you need all those crafting materials that I think you can purchase. Like, I think that would be cool, actually. I think that sounds like a fun run. If I was going to do something like that, I think that I would just do it. You see, this is the thing. I'm very comfortable just doing a thing, right? I'm very comfortable just being like, okay, well, the rules are the rules. I don't need to change anything. And the max I would change is maybe like just giving myself more of the things. If I was going to do a run like that, if I wanted to make a run like that, like an actual core mechanic, I don't know how I would handle it. Because you don't really want it to feel too similar to a normal run. And if you increase the drop rate of crafting materials too much, it feels a little bit too similar to like a normal run. I don't know how I would change things. I'm actually not entirely sure. Like, if I was going to mechanically enable something like that to work more efficiently. Like, double crafting materials could be, like, a fun enabler for a run like that. I'm just dead. There's no way that I'm getting out of here. Oh, shit. Not if I'm moving this slow. You know what's fun? I could actually drag them into town. And if I drag them into town, I can definitely reset this timer. I think we can reset this timer. We're at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2... Doesn't matter. We're not the ones taking damage. Let's go. You know, I actually like this death counter in part just because it's very fun to play around with it and pretend that I didn't just fail. I feel if I wasn't live, I'd be less invested in it, but because I'm live streaming, so everyone can see me just like cheesing the death timer, I think that it's funnier. Like I just appreciate like running away and letting a bunch of peasants die. I'm still at 1, yeah. We're still at 1 just from messing up the rat setup. I'm enjoying the death counter. I think that it's a fun mechanic. I actually really like basically anything that just gives you information about your run, because like it's just cute and fun to me. I just enjoy that kind of stuff. It's fun. Okay, so I'm going to try not to aggro too many here, but we are going to aggro more as we fight right here, because we are in the yellow. Nope, you're going to go back to our person. Okay, we're fine. Okay, we back away, because we only aggroed the one, it looks like. We saved the game. How are we doing on EXP? We're actually getting close. So we'll definitely at 6 a.m. be able to just train. We'll be able to bring up our fire skill. The hope is that we find any weapon that I can use. Because actually, if I get the spear skill on you, I can equip the spear on you, equip the axe on you, and then we're golden. Is an axe... so if untrained, unarmed skill... Is it slower than trained axe skill? Like just having axe at 1 skill? Because in the base game, it would be like 1. It wouldn't be. It would be identical, right? Or is unarmed like 120 or something base? I think it's just 100. It's an extremely long baseline, but it's not. It's... Okay, how are we doing? Come on, buddy. Okay, we got 2. And that pack is not that high level. It's just low tier. I think axe might be the thing that's base 120. And it also looks like misses don't reset your timer. So if you have a bulkier party that can actually have like a lot of dodges come out, you could hypothetically sneak in a reload while you're under fire if you're able to like prevent any damage from coming out for a little bit. Again, in a circumstance like that, you probably wouldn't be dying in the classic sense anyway. Okay, so we cleared through that. How are we doing? We're so close. We're so close. This is great. Okay, this is fine. You're a normie. You're not a boss. That was very rude of you. That was very normie coded of you. Okay, we need to get the fuck out of here, actually. Wait. Actually, though. Okay, are we going to bet? Nobody's died, right? She took a little bit of damage, but she didn't die. Healing everybody up. I don't think there's too many left here, so... Okay. Anybody die?
I don't know.
You're fine. And by fine, I mean you're half dead. You know, would you consider, colloquially speaking, a person is half dead when they're like under like 5% of their hit points, right? Like if you were to convert like hit points into reality, someone being half dead is actually being about like 19/20ths dead, right? Because if you're halfway to dead, you're way more than halfway to fully incapacitated, right? Obviously, hit points don't work as a corollary to like real world physical harm. They don't really correlate that well, but it's just an interesting thing to think about. That half dead is really, really close to dead. Because, like, if you look at me, I'm basically half dead, right? Like, I'm, like, 40 years old. So, as a 40-year-old, like, in a very practical sense, I am very close to half dead, right? We can expect that, you know, I'm going to run out. Shit, I just wasted some food, but that's fine. I thought I was in the green. This is going very smoothly, actually. This is going so smooth so far. Are we? Yeah, we're high enough to get this stuff. Excellent. So we're gonna train in the morning at 6 o'clock. So where are you? There's somebody who's like close enough to be in the yellow, fairly nearby. I should have picked up Wizard Eye. Since we're allowing ourselves to do the no spell, to actually buy spells, there you are. Well, that's one of you. Okay, there's now multiple coming at me because I'm close to the enemies when I'm attacking. We got like 5-ish. Oh, we got an hourglass. Love that. Love to see an hourglass this early. Love to see it. Okay, we're in the green. Love to see that. How are we doing? We are at 9. We're actually... We're cruising through this at about the right time period. Yeah, exactly. Where's the Oracle Orb? What is this shit? No Oracle Orb off of the first enemy I kill. Come on. You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be that I'm gonna find a legendary axe off of one of these dragonflies. That's what it's gonna be. That's my Oracle Orb. Or maybe my Oracle Orb is a trio of shields that are all legendary, which I'm not going to use any of. That would be kind of fun. Just having like a stockpile of legendary shields that I don't have a use for, but which I can eventually, once I get an Oracle Orb, which I get when I get to Regna. I'm excited for this. This is a fun thing. It's going to be interesting to figure out how to do the pathing that I want to do, because the pathing is going to be potentially really hard, but it's also potentially not going to be as hard as I think, right? Because I'm kind of stuck doing low level dungeons for the most part, but maybe not. Maybe I can do some really high level shit. We'll find out. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Okay. Easy peasy. We're doing on EXPeasy. We're doing pretty well on EXPeasy. Okay. That's a reflecting dragonfly. If we can clear out the boss, then we'll be in good shape here, I think. Boss is down. We didn't take that much damage coming in.
Let's kill another.
What did I just take damage from? Did you all see what I took damage from? The reflection probably, but I don't think I have any elemental. Oh, I do have elemental damage on the shaman. Maybe the shaman has some damage that gets reflected. Because I don't think anything was attacking me just now when I got that timer up, and I didn't remember seeing any damage coming in. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't. That's interesting. It says 100%, but it's not green. We got the map completion. Oh, that's a ring. We're not going to be able to identify that for years. We are in the green. Is this doing this because we haven't... You're a pre-identified axe. We have a sword. You're not pre-identified. Oh, we got a spear. This is clutch. This is clutch. We have another sword. Since we're not doing a meme run, does that mean that we can equip stuff that isn't the stuff that we're going to be using in the end game if we happen to start with a skill? Can I equip some decent weaponry that we just picked up? Maybe, maybe, maybe. What time is it? It is 10 a.m. This isn't a meme run. Everybody's a axe grandmaster. We're axing you later. This is the axe you later run. It's not like a it's not a meme run. It isn't a run where the whole point of the run is that I don't equip the weapons that my characters are good at using.
I wish I knew.
That's like the threshold for what counts as a meme run in my world.
I knew.
Okay, so this is some chain that's actually quite good. This is a garbage axe, but it is a weapon I can equip.
I can't identify.
Let's see. This is a trident of some sort. This is pretty solid. We'll just go ahead and throw that on. We don't have any meditation skill yet, but we'll have it eventually.
I can't identify.
So, we are going to get ourselves... We're eligible for 4. Do we try to do the temple before we do the dragon? I think we should, right? Should try to do the temple before we do the dragon? To maximize our... I think that maximizes our EXP gain. I think that's the way to do it. So, you have an axe. We don't have an armor skill on 2 characters. Which I should have picked up, but I didn't have the money for it. And now we're just sitting on an unlimited stack of cash. Okay, do we think we can get out of here without dying? Or I forgot to pick up food. We have 2 saves before we can leave. Can we? So has it been changed so I can only leave once now? Is that the new rule? How does this work? Alright. That's fine. We're gonna pop to here. Okay, we got something that we can hypothetically use. We do not have Wizard Eye because I didn't pick up Wizard Eye, but we can buy Wizard Eye at will. So we have a bunch of rats here. if you leave a map while the timer's going, it counts as a death. Is that? That's good to know. Because the timer might be going because I just cleared out a couple enemies at some point. Gotcha. Oh, that right there? That'd be an axe. That's an axe. Really good to get additional axes. Any additional axes we get in play are a big deal. Okay. I think we ignore the spiders for now. We go over here. We activate whatever we can get over here. We're going to try to clear this room. We're going to try to clear the bulk of this room, potentially. Maybe not. Maybe we do want to get the spiders, because the spiders might give us the ability to get in the green. We might not need to get the spiders to get in the green, though. I'll check the entrance after this. Is there something behind me? I don't think so. That's Plagueborn. Ooh, that's real bad. This is a real bad time to run into a Plagueborn bat. Okay, well, this is GG. This run is dead. That's 2 people with triple disease. I can't survive a single hit from any enemy for the rest of the fucking game. That's a run killer right there. Okay, we got it dead. So if you get hit once, you die instantly. Oh no, you only take the 1. I thought you took all 3. Okay. We don't have the ability to cure disease. Yeah, I never allow myself to use temples. That's like a core component of the way that I just play these kinds of games. So, with the 2 of them diseased, they're just going to get one-shot and insta-get by most attacks. So, I don't anticipate that this is going to be... I don't think we're going to finish this dungeon, but we're going to try it. And if we successfully get through the dungeon, we are going to save it. I think it's funny. Okay, the fire rat didn't quite kill me in one shot. The Day of the Gods doing a lot of work for us there. Okay. Please. I don't use consumables unless there are very specific ones that I feel like I want to use. We also wouldn't be able to craft an orange potion until way later. Because we need to get expert alchemy, and getting expert alchemy is like... Oh, wait, do we? No, we don't. We can make it with generic alchemy. It's the composite potions that require expert, right? The disease on that guy on the right looks wild. Okay, that's a poison, so I think we're just dead. That poison, I think, just kills us. Oh, maybe the poison doesn't kill us. Maybe this thing kills us. That's death number 2! If there's a thing, just assume it's against the rules. Oh, this is green now. Okay, now we have 2. We've got our 2 deaths now. Okay. What? Oh, whoa! I was like, where the hell are all the others? Let's kill another. Okay, hopefully we don't get a Plagueborn this time, because that was really rough. Oh, we got an axe again. We got a spear. Love that for us. Popping over here. I'm just going to play it very dangerously, because why would we play safely in a game that death is very bad for us? I should have tried running away and finding a way to get around that death just for fun. It's like, okay, well, this character's poisoned. I'm not gonna lie, I fucked that up pretty badly. I don't think I should have maybe gotten hit once by that, but we had a nice convenient thing that we can loop them around. So, like, that actually, because you can block melee attacks with a wall. So once the attack starts, you just duck behind a wall. You can do it. I had the opportunity to. Like with things like this, you can rotate around this. This one not so much because of the way that it's not like a proper ball. But the one over here, if I actually play it properly and do the positioning correctly, I think it's fairly easy to avoid in the exact context that I was in. There's a lot of situations where a Plagueborn is very difficult to avoid getting hit by, but because they don't have very much HP at this point, and they are, and I have this wall right here, I do think that we could have avoided that, and we should have avoided that. That's it. That's just on me. Okay, that is a boss spider. That's concerning. We also have a Widowmaker here. That's fun and exciting. That's a Fixator. I love that for me. Okay, well, that's a death. Ooh, but is it, though? Is it a death? You cannot kill that which is already dead. Shit. You cannot kill that which is already dead. Let's go. No shot. No shot. No shot. Okay. Fixator applies weakness to the target, and they hit the lowest HP target. 1 second. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna reload again. Sorry, I was getting sent texts. See. I was trying to like rotate them around for 10 seconds and just bring them on a merry chase, and I just took them to the wrong locations. Oh, what am I doing? These are not dead yet. Oh, I'm very dead. That was rude of you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh god, you are so... Oh, well, I'm also dead. Yeah, it's the Fixator. Damn. So sad. We didn't get it. It didn't happen. How many are we on? We're on 4. We're on 4. We'll see how it goes. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's going great. I'm doing an excellent job here. Oh, whoops. I keep aggroing so many more than I should be aggroing at the start here. I'm playing so aggressively for no reason. It's not for no reason. It's just because I'm very relaxed right now. For some reason, it's like weirdly giving me the death counter makes me more relaxed because it's like I don't know. It's almost like an additional it's like it's kind of fun to see the death counter go up. And like, oh, look how many times I got myself killed like a dope. And some of those times I got myself killed, you know, not in a particularly dopey manner. Sometimes, you know, things were hard. You know, the Fixator wasn't like me being... Or not the Fixator, the Plagueborn wasn't really me being that dopey. It was just hard. Oh, this is a swift rat. Okay. That's dangerous because I think that the top tiers do have the ability... Never mind, they do poison. God damn it. I got tagged. Oh, you know what? We'll wait. We'll wait. Poison for the lose. Literally in this case. Like, playing around with, like, the death thing and being like, okay, you know, when can I, like, dodge the death and when can I not dodge the death is adding a very funny element to the play here. Then again, if I wasn't live, I would not really have any reason to care about, so it's nice to be like live where it's like, okay, well, you know, I don't know, it adds a dynamic. The social element really adds something to certain types of mechanics, I think. The element of like, oh, you know, oh, you've only died, you know, 15 times. It's like, yes, I've only died 15 times. That's true. We've definitely only hit 15 fail states this entire run so far. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I think that's fun. Nope. Shit. Yeah, it also targets the target that has the lowest HP, which is a fun mechanic. Okay, we're gonna play it safe and like pull like a couple at a time, or are we gonna pull like the entire pack? Hardly a match. That's really sad that we got killed by that Swift. Getting one of the bosses to be a Swift rat right at the start is actually really nice. I believe it's current, right? Do anything that changes the stats on the item. So, like, adding, like, a gem to it, adding a control cube to it, any of that kind of stuff will re-roll the stats. We can actually save here. We don't have to go through the entire dungeon. If we kill something useful, we should probably save. So we'll see what we get with the initial pull here. I think if we get up to maybe... I don't know, what, like 30%? We should, or if we get to the point where we're pulling the spiders in the back of this room, then we should. Because we still have, what, like bats before the spiders? Is this it? Is this everything before the spiders? This is everything before the spiders. So, I think, yeah, it does make sense to fight the spiders first. Took too long for that shit. Please. Okay. It increases the base damage of the weapon, and since Of Darkness is improving the recovery time of the weapon, it improves the thing that Of Darkness is improving. So, like, it does stack multiplicatively with the Darkness effect, but it doesn't, like, directly impact the percentage on the Of Darkness, right? So, like, the Of Darkness is still vampiric for X%, and it's still a recovery bonus, right? Yeah, the Darkness doesn't scale. Like, Of the Dragon will scale on its own, but the Of Darkness just scales from the base damage of the base DPS going up, basically. There are technically numbers to scale, right? Like, you could, if you wanted, make Of Darkness scale its recovery bonus or the lifesteal component, but those are already percentage multipliers, so you'd be kind of like double dipping on scaling if you make the Darkness effect itself scale. Because, like, Of the Dragon, is not scaling with your base damage, right? The dragon scales with other stuff, but not with your base damage. Whereas the of darkness effect is scaling with the base damage of the weapon. So basically, every control cube, if the of darkness effect increased your recovery time by more at higher levels, you'd be increasing the power of the weapon and the recovery bonus from the of darkness that are both multiplying into each other, as opposed to adding to each other with, like, of the dragon. Of the dragon is a... Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Three, two, one. Woo! Okay. We've got a Plagueborn to deal with. That's fine. Why wouldn't it be fine? And stuff in here is not auto-identified. Oh shit. Alright, so we need to pull the Plagueborn to this location, and we need to learn how to use it. Look, I do actually kind of appreciate the fact that we got another Plagueborn here. I respect the hustle. The other one went around? It's not still around, though. It's just puttering around over there. For now. Okay, it's coming around. The important bit for this is we need to control its movement and not fuck up like that, right? So we should be able to make this happen, though. I'm gonna actually just reset this. Okay. Do we go after them first? Yeah, let's go after them first. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. We go after those first. If we can clear those, I think we save immediately. Is the thing. Like, if we clear these over here, then... I think it makes the most sense. So the Plagueborn itself is... It doesn't matter how high my HP is, because if it hits me once, that's basically GG. We're going to be attempting to... Is this the Plagueborn? It sure do be. We're going to get back here. Okay, you're in a bad position. Don't love it. Ooh, really don't love that. Fuck, where are you? Okay, that was a different one that hit me. You're behind me? Are you dead? I think you might be diseased. We're not going to assume that we are, though. Okay. Okay. Fuck! You kept going forward. Ooh, we got diseased and poison there. Okay, let's pull out. I want to check if this person got hit by them as well, or if they got hit by somebody else. Okay, we're gonna go this way. I enjoy it. I actually enjoy. Oh, I forgot to check whether they were diseased. It's not a big deal. Because I'm curious if I got hit by the Plagueborn, or if I get hit by somebody else that was just high enough to knock Minotaurs to the line. I really wish that we had just the Plagueborn itself to deal with and didn't have any ads. Are you going to get locked in that corner over there? Is that a thing that's happening right now? If I walk toward you, will you stay in this corner? Where are you? Oh, you're behind. Right! I completely forgot about you. If we go too far forward there, we aggro the enemies back here. So, you're pretty low. You're very low. Please. Please. Oh. Oh, no whammies. No whammies. Oh! Yes, so we got attacked from behind there because we went too far forward. Let's see. So that means that we can't really use that corner to too much effectiveness. But maybe we can use it to a bit of effectiveness. Can we just pull like... But then I have to deal with the Plagueborn in an untimely fashion. Or I could ignore the Plagueborn and just try to pull these. Like, I could just try to pull the enemies that are in that room. Ignore the enemies in this room that aren't immediately aggroing. Oh, and now you're not going to aggro? Okay. Oh, fuck, that's the Plagueborn. Fuck. Missed the timing. Let's see, you are pretty low. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot of hits to kill these, so if I can just get them alone, I feel like I can make this work. It is tempting on these runs to actually, instead of doing what I'm doing right now, which is cheekily avoiding the death counter, it's actually tempting to like lean into it and try to be like, okay, anytime I have to reload, we're adding a death by just like running into an enemy, aggroing it, and like getting hit. That could be a fun way to do it as well. Well, I'll have to decide on which of those I'm going to settle on when we're doing like a permanent run. That's a problem. Fuck. God damn it. There was a wall in my way. Oh shit, you went too far out. Way too far out, buddy. I think for today, I think that it's funnier to just like dodge them all, but I do think that on a future more permanent run, it would be, I think, more fun to make it so that anytime I reload, I have to take those deaths, so that I'm just getting the death counters going up. And then the other thing is that if for some reason I have to reload in a place where it's inconvenient to add a death counter, because there's no enemies nearby, but I need to reload for some obscure reason, then I can like add a tally and then force myself to get a couple of deaths later on by just forcing a reload, to keep like a true reload counter of like, okay, how many times did you fuck this up in such a way that you had to like reload. I think that that would be very fun to do. I don't love you. Your current positioning... Do I go greed? Shit. Fuck, I used 5. God damn it. I used 5 and then I fucked up the wall. God, I should have had that. Should have had that. I am going to reload for this, though. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I'm not going to get through this until I manage to get that killed without messing it up. Because I do need more practice on using walls like this. I don't really use the walls like this that often. So getting like the positioning right and, you know, using the correct number of attacks so that I'm not burning through my entire ability to attack is really important. Like, it's very important that I can continue to do hits to get a hit stun off and things like that. So we should have the Plague Bearer coming to us. We sure do. I don't love its positioning. I would hate that. Damn it. I needed you to do... Oh, running. Yes, we're still doing the thing. Oh, shit. I just realized where I just walked to. That was funny. Alright. I need... So... That was... Unfortunately not an in-the-moment mistake so much as a strategic spacing error. That's a little hard to control for because of the variance in their movement, which indicates that I need to have a more... Like, if I'm going to do something like this that takes longer than this does... Like, this doesn't take very long. This is... So, like, it's fairly easy to get an attempt that goes roughly how I need it to go. I don't think it's going to be too rough to get, like, a decent attempt at this. Where, like, I don't get killed by... Okay, for a second I thought I just got diseased from the other side of the map and I was going to be very upset. Okay. Fuck. Well, luckily it missed, and then I fucked up again. That corner takes way longer to get around than I'd expect. Can I just get you locked in a corner? I don't think so, right? No, I'm not gonna be able to get you locked in a corner. That was a weird one. But there's all these like edge cases and bizarre things that like in most strategies I have a built up knowledge base in my head of how this can go and how to deal with it and how to interact with it. With this kind of thing, with the way that the like movement patterns behave in this version of the game, I really just don't have as much experience with it. And I need to get better at it. And the only way that I'm going to get better at it is by practicing. And I do think that this is a perfect test bed for practicing with, because the enemies have very low HP, so a successful attempt is not something that requires a huge amount of time. Okay, we move to this corner. Oh fuck, you got right on my ass. Oh, that was in melee. Oh, I thought that was a ranged attack. Oh, we would have had that. If I had turned around when I needed to turn around, we would have had that, but we unfortunately did not have that. Okay. I needed to just bolt to the corner. This is not a great place to do this with. Because of the fact that the enemy has a tendency to go around both sides, and it's like weirdly shaped and has pretty long distances between corners. It's really not a great location for this, which honestly makes it really good practice. This is like a really great practice location for this strategy. Because basically what I'm just looking to do is get behind corners to block those melee strikes. Or ranged attacks for that matter. But I'm also getting myself off on the wrong foot to a degree. I had a better strat at the start than I do now, which is right now I'm waiting for it to come to me. I didn't even think that had reached melee. I'm waiting for it to come to me instead of running to it. Oh god, I went the wrong way. Okay, we're done. That gets added to the death counter. So what I want to be doing is I want to be peeking out to it. The same way that during the Temple of Ba, I was dealing with the shrapnel. I'm basically wanting to get something like that going. It's not as easy when there's multiple in play. Fuck. Okay, we didn't... We unfortunately... There were so many on us that even... Oh. There were so many on us that even though we got the miss that we needed, we then ran into one that was behind us, which prevented us from getting the finale. That's fine. Bet y'all didn't expect so much of this stream to just be this instead of the dragon, huh? Oh god. I pulled the entire Inferno Bat pack. Okay, we're probably fucked here, but... How did we... Oh god, we got spiders, we got... Oh god, we got fucking everything in this pack. We're in a bad position right now. Fuck. Oh god, I'm dead. We're maybe not dead? I think we're... Oh, we're dead. Okay, that was a disease proc, I think. But do we get out of here without the reload? Give me a second. Okay, we are diseased, so we do have to reload, but it doesn't count as a death. Let's go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But see, it would be fun to just have a running tally of how many times I've died in here. That's just an actual tally. So I think next time we will, we'll definitely just lean into taking every death as a death, as opposed to trying to, you know, wheedle around it. I think it's funny to wheedle around it, so I like it in the moment. But I also do like having the ability to just look at the number. We boned ourselves there. Life is sad. Okay. The really funny thing is that if we just got a couple of key misses in any of these attempts, we would have been fine. That's one of the things that's very funny about it, is it's like, okay, well, you're going to probably get this not by really getting that much better. Though I do think I'm getting better. I'm improving over what I was. But when I get the attempt that succeeds, I'm not going to deserve to succeed. It's not going to be that much better than the attempts that failed. I'm just going to get a little bit luckier. Oh shit, what did I get tagged by? I don't know when I got tagged by the disease. I must have gotten hit by the fireball. I thought that I dodged the fireball, but I don't think I did. Nope. Whew. We can make this happen. We can make this happen. There are probably better places to do it. This is probably not... you know what might actually work better is to clear that, but I don't want to do that. I want to get this done correctly. I want this to succeed. So what might work better is actually just to start clearing the enemies out from the room in front of me. And then... You're going to just walk up behind me and kill me. No, you can walk up... I mean, you are, but not the way that I anticipated. Please. Where the fuck are you? Man, I hate this. Okay, there you are. Okay, that was a ranged attack. Not a huge fan of that particular trajectory at all. Fuck! Oh. That's rough. That's so rough. Ugh. We'll get there. We'll get there. I just need to get good. I just need to get good. I'm glad that we got this Plagueborn again, actually, because I do think that this is a good way to practice. Look, you know, that's... There's a couple of ways to handle things, right? You can get cheesy or you can get good. And there are cheesy ways that I could handle this, I think. Nothing super convenient for me, right? But I think that if I was going for a really cheesy solution right now... because it was easy. So basically, I already know the build setup, and it's just copying what I was already doing but replacing a couple of characters that are more like meme, like Axe Troll, with characters that are a bit more appropriate, like Axe Minotaur, right? We would have had that if I had just only worried about the boss. If I had ignored that extra enemy, I would have been fine. That actually was a successful run. It just looked like a disaster, but it wasn't actually a disaster. That thing was so low that we could have just killed it. It was like 2 hits away from dead, and we had the attacks. We just burned them into a different enemy. So mistakes were made. When I need to keep better track of how many attacks I've made. It doesn't have that much HP, so we'd gotten like 2 or 3 good rounds into it, and we just needed 1 more. Yeah, we're probably not even gonna get to Grand Mastery, right? Like, we're probably not gonna get that far in the game. But like, I don't know. I just enjoy it. All of my runs are, to an extent, a meme run, because like I'm doing all melees. I'm doing a bunch of weird stuff in all of my runs. So one could argue that all of my runs are kind of a meme run. And I think that would be not an unreasonable claim. I think that's a very reasonable interpretation of the way that I play games, is that every game that I play, every run I do of every game that I play, is a meme of some sort. That is really rough that we just got killed by this. I can't believe we just got killed by that. Okay, okay, we wouldn't have succeeded anyway. We were gonna die there. You know what? We deserve this. We're taking the death specifically because we got killed by the bat and not the rat. Let's see here. Well, it's not just that it's all melees. It's that you can't, like, not using ranged attacks at all. I think that that's a meme. There's nothing wrong with doing a meme run, right? Like, I think that any challenge run is a meme, right? Like, to some degree or another. I don't know if that would hold up in court, but I feel like any challenge run is on some level a meme run. We're gonna just take the death. And so I don't have that much time left. I should actually just start reloading faster and getting attempts in, because we have about 30 minutes left. And I would like to get this done by the end of stream. Let's see. Fuck! I thought I was behind that corner. I thought I got around the corner in time. That's really rough. We could have had that. We could have had it all. That's so sad. That's so sad. I mean, we did fuck up again, and then we just brute forced because we could, but like, because we had already lost. But look, I think we could have had that. We could have had that. I just need to play well. Look, all I need to do is successfully kite around a corner every single time the enemy takes any sort of shot, whether it's melee or ranged, and do that 5 or 6 times in a row. That's all that needs to happen. Like, it's not that crazy. See? Block that. Walk forward. Block. Keep blocking. You are gonna fucking kill me, you son of a bitch. Okay. We're gonna die because we got a red that blocked me off. You're not even... That red blocking us from moving. Oh my god. We got so wrecked by that one random rat blocking our movement. We actually would have had that. That was going great. We'd gotten so much damage into the fucking boss. Oh my god. But if we just wanted to succeed here, by the way, I think that what we want to do is actually just pull everything from this room, which I don't think there's anything super dangerous in there. We don't pull them like this, by the way, but we would pull them while not pulling the next room. And then we basically just rotate through here. Obviously, again, we wouldn't have a bajillion enemies on us when we're doing it. We rotate through there, jump up onto one of those pillars, and then we're golden. That's the way that we should do this if we want to get serious about killing. We only have 23 minutes left. Do I keep practicing this, or do I actually take it seriously and start to try to win? I think actually we maybe try to start to win. I think that's what we maybe need to do. I'm gonna try to win. It might take a few attempts. And that is... We pulled these first for some reason this time. Okay. So, on this attempt... Why? Oh god, I put myself in the middle. That's so fucking stupid. That was such a bonehead maneuver. I thought I was at the edge of the thing. I was in the dead center of it. I'm just so dumb. That was so dumb. That was such... We had a clean attempt waiting for us there. We just threw it away. Threw it away. Maybe I should actually use a different pillar. How do we feel about one of the round pillars or the room in the next room? You know what? I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm actually just gonna run in here and land on top of the bat and just completely stop moving. Yeah, there's no shot that I'm getting through there by just brute forcing. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Let's see here. So if I go this way, I do aggro those, I think. I could just walk in here, walk back. You're dead. Okay, that's lovely. I do love when I die on the first hit. Let's see. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. I don't think that's going to work. We need to get those, some of them pulled and not all of them. So that actually does mean that I might struggle to clear that rat that way. Let's see. These are pre-pulled this time. I don't know if all of them are pre-pulled or just some of them. Fear? Interesting. I wasn't expecting to get feared. We're gonna struggle here. There's the boss. The boss is unfortunately coming right at us. Which, god damn it, I thought I got around the corner. I need to do better. I'm actually doing worse now than I was before. That's true. Durian realized that the death counter isn't even, like, complete, and was like, oh no, oh no. How like this? Okay. Because, yeah, I would love... I'd love to pull the enemies that are over here, but I just don't think I can. But maybe I can, who knows? I don't actually know where the boss is starting. If the boss is over here in this corner, then... Which they might be. If the boss is over there... I don't know who I just pulled. I just pulled everybody in that... Oh, fuck! That's the boss. Fuck. Okay. The boss is in that corner, but unfortunately that corner does get pulled, even if you don't have line of sight into them. Let's see. We could clear the spider. Clearing the spiders doesn't help me that much. I really need to clear this corner. So... We would basically be... But if I do that, I am just going to aggro the boss, and then have to navigate around the boss while I'm pulling everything else, and I just don't feel like that's a reasonable setup. Is that a boss? No, it's just a bad. I think I need to do the thing. The preference here would be to clear the spiders, and then clear enough to get to 65, and then maybe pull the boss on its own. Or to fish for good RNG of a lot of enemies from that other room pulling. Right? Like, a lot of these bats getting pulled from that room means that room is not as threatening. So, that's a thing that could be done. Wow, you were very, very well. Let's see. What are we doing on EXP? Yeah, we have 2 levels worth of EXP. What time is it? It's it's 1:36. So it's really unfortunate how many attempts we've had where if I just hadn't fucked it up at the last second, it would have been fine. Fuck. That's not the boss. Fuck! Got fully around the corner. Oh, man. It's so sad. Oh, it's so sad. If you... It is a fun fight. But I am thinking that maybe I should do something where the enemy is a little bit more consistent. They might be more consistent around, like, this, for instance. If they behave more consistently around this, then, like, I could pull to this... Nah, this corner's bad for me. The other thing is that the new corner behavior really changes this quite a bit, because there's a tendency for the enemy to walk around the corner, like, all the way, and just fully expose itself to the middle. And if it does that, instead of what I want it to do, it makes it a lot harder, because, like, it just walks to right here, and then it's like, okay, well, now I have to get away around a corner at a much harder angle. Fuck, I didn't see you there. I got distracted by the idea that it might be behind a different corner. I don't know if that corner is any better. Is this one any better? No, I don't like this one. I don't like that setup. It's too weird looking. I mean, the enemy might get stuck on it, which would be nice, but, like, that doesn't really... kind of defeats the purpose to a degree. Let's see. There's the big one. Fuck. ran right into you. Please, go away. Where are you? There you are. Okay, they're both right here. Fuck. That rotation is really the thing that's gonna get me. God damn it. We could have had that. We could have had it. I fucked it up. That was very winnable. That was very winnable. I just screwed it up. I'm making bad moment to moment decisions, you know? It's like to a degree when you're coming around these corners, there's a degree of like rock paper scissors to it. It's not like fully rock paper scissors, but I think there is an element of rock paper scissors to it. And so I do have to consider whether some of this is more going to come down to whether I win the rock paper scissors roll rather than actually successfully figure out a thing that's going to work no matter what. Like, it's like, if I find a strategy that only works if the enemy picks paper 6 times in a row, like, that doesn't help me any, right? Like, that's not really useful. That's not useful preparation for future fights. And I'm beginning to think that that's what I'm basically fishing for, is I'm fishing for them to behave in a specific way, in which case I should probably move on to trying to do some other type of strat, because I'm not really necessarily practicing anything anyway. I do also think that, like, I was doing better earlier. Which is generally not a great sign if you're trying to practice a task, you know? Okay, I am going to just wait on them coming to here. I'm going to see if this is maybe a more consistent corner. I doubt it will be. But I'm going to give it the opportunity. We're going to give it the old college try. Okay, well that was suboptimal. Okay, we're gonna practice. There's no shot. This is gonna be a terrible place to fight. Oh yeah, you can like walk. Yeah, you can walk right up there. So that's gonna be useless for me. I just keep screwing it up. Can you imagine if we just reloaded to the outdoors and fought something that wasn't a plague bearer? Can you imagine the world we could live in? We could be fighting the dragon right now, which we wouldn't be anyway, because I'm not really in a huge rush, in part because I know that I can't actually fight the dragon today, because I just don't have time. It's going to take like an hour to kill the dragon, so it's not happening today. Let's see. I am very happy with the death counter system. I think that it's very cool. Like, I feel like there's a lot of ways to play with it that are all fun. Like, I think it's most interesting as a mechanic if you're either leaning into it or trying to run away from it, right? I think that those two extremes of, like, every time you reload, you make sure that you trigger a death counter, or you're trying to, like, not get the thing and it's like cute and fun. Like, I think that either of those work really well. Sleep well, Liquor Dragon. What if... we did this, but we didn't get stuck. What if we did that? Would that make me happy? Let's find out if that makes me happy. Because I have 10 minutes left, I need to make something happen. And the easiest thing to make happen is to get myself in a corner where they can't hurt me. I can't jump up there. I'm dead. Happy is good, I agree. Let's see. Okay, we actually have pulled... Okay, well, luckily, we did in fact get poisoned, so we're just dead. Love that for me. That would have been a great pull. We would have had an opportunity to just, like, dive in there and get some good work done, but... I'm basically just going to make a few attempts here at just, like, getting up here. If we can get up there, we can probably lock everything out, not including the bats, if we can get up there. But I just don't think we have the durability for that. I don't think we can realistically do that. So I don't think that we have to worry too much about that. We might just have to clear out the spiders so that we can putter around with a partial clear followed by, like, there's some shenanigans we can do if we grab the spider. We, by the way, grabbed the spiders in a way that we were not intending to grab the spiders. I get confused by the layout of this dungeon for some reason. I've done this dungeon so many times, and yet it always confuses the hell out of me for no apparent reason. It's not that complicated a dungeon. What are you? You're regenerating. Okay, well, shit. Never mind, we're not fighting spiders today. Okay. Shit. No, that's not gonna end well for us. Oh, okay. Well, okay, we are fighting spiders today. We are specifically fighting the ones that are pre-aggroed. And hoping that none of the ones that are pre-aggroed are the boss. Because if any of these are the boss, I'm in deep shit. Please? Please? Please, 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 please. Okay, I should have just left. Wait, I don't have Bless active. I've been fighting without Bless this whole time. I've been fighting without Bless, y'all, this whole time because I cast Bless when I was fighting the dragon. Oh god. That is just gonna kill me, probably. Okay, you are not going to play nice there, so I think I die here. I think I've already died here, would be my guess.
Can someone heal me?
Okay. Reloading. Alright, let's take a look at our actual death counter. So we've got a death counter of 29 so far. What if I reload test? Let's take a look at test. And it does maintain the death count between test and thinger. Which is pretty cool. So, but if I load up pre-trip, it doesn't have a death counter. That's interesting. Wait. Did I have a death counter when I started the run? If I reload this, we have death count of 20. That's interesting. I wonder how they coded this. This is impressive. Because, like, I don't have a very strong knowledge of, like, programming. Like, I took programming in college. Like, that was, like, almost 20 years ago. So, like, I guess it was actually more than 20 years ago that I started taking programming. Because I graduated a year early. That's not true. I didn't graduate a year early. I dropped out of high school and took a GED a year before you normally would graduate. Which was better for everyone involved. GED is General Occasional Diploma. It's the equivalent of a high school diploma. It's basically what adults would get if they're going for like a high school level education. The tests are harder than the tests, like than the actual like requirements to get it from schooling in the United States, because there's no standardized testing really to graduate from high school. It's not like the British system or the Singapore system where you have like O levels and A levels and things like that. But I think that I'm actually going to end a few minutes early today because I need to do a thing, and that is going to, because I need to go to the bathroom, and if I go AFK, then what am I doing with my life? So next time I will be probably coming. I don't think I'm going to come back to the plague rat save. I think I'm just going to come back to the test save, and I'm just going to use that seed. Or I'm just going to use a different seed. Just because I feel like, given how little time we have to tinker with this, I really shouldn't be dicking around this much trying to like learn how to deal with specific style, like to making this particular dungeon easy for myself. Or easier for myself. I've just been enjoying playing with the death counter more than anything else. So, you know, we'll see. Hopefully it was fun watching me run around like a chicken with my head cut off and failing over and over to clear out that plague rat. But anyway, that's going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you all again tomorrow when we'll be doing Silk Song, because Silk Song tomorrow, it's the release date. 100%. Later, folks.